Hello, everyone. Welcome to Digital Publishing Report's AI and Media Conference in partnership with Publishing Perspectives. I'm Erin Cox, the publisher of Publishing Perspectives, and I will be your host for today's conference. Today, we are bringing together experts from around the world to talk about the practical aspects of using artificial intelligence in the publishing industry. To start, I want to thank our sponsors: Amlet, OnTech AI, Positron, TechShine, and Veristage. Thank you very much for making today's conference possible. Before we begin our conference, we have a few housekeeping notes. You'll see that the chat is open, so feel free to post questions in the chat throughout the day. If we have time for questions at the end of each session, which we're trying to make sure we have, I'll ask as many as I can to our speakers. We ask that you be respectful of other attendees and the speakers in the chat. If you have any technical problems at any point, just post in the chat and my colleagues behind the scenes will help. We hope you'll join us for the full day, but if you have to leave, don't worry. We will be sending a recording of the full day to all attendees. And now we're going to do a quick walkthrough on the agenda for today. So we'll delve into, and over the course of the day, we'll delve into how AI can speed up slow processes, help books become more discoverable, create new content, build new markets, expand to others, and so much more. So a quick walkthrough. First, we have our keynote speaker, Daryl Colthrust. Then we have AI and audio from production to profit, content strategy for the AI-driven future, a roundtable on women and AI in publishing, an inside look at AI in publishing, what works today and what's next, AI and metadata, start with the boring stuff, why proofreading is the right entry point for AI in publishing, how AI can improve human voice audiobooks, and trust, traffic, and revenue, monetizing high quality content with AI. So a little something for everyone, and we hope you'll all be engaged by our speakers and hopefully learn something that can help your business. Now on to our keynote speaker. Just 3 weeks ago, Macmillan announced that our keynote speaker, Daryl Colthrust, was going to be joining the company in a newly created role of Chief Technology Officer. The creation of this role signaled Macmillan's dedication to innovation and the importance of technology for the future of publishing. And Daryl is a great fit. He brings more than 20 years of experience leading digital transformation and technology strategy across various sectors: finance, retail, local government, real estate, and most recently, publishing in his current role as co-founder and co-CEO of Chapter. Even though he doesn't start his new job until April 7th, we are so pleased to have Daryl join us today to share a little about how he sees AI in publishing and perhaps give us a little preview of what we can expect when he takes a seat at Macmillan next month. Daryl, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Erin. I'm just going to bring up my slides, so let me know when you can see this.
Perfect.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the confirmation. Thank you. I'm just going to keep this as brief as possible over the next 15 minutes. If there's any Q&A, I'm more than happy to jump in where we can. The premise for this particular communication is more around a reminder that we should innovate when we can and not when we must, because it allows us to have choices. And you'll see this throughout. Just a little bit, just going to focus on who we are, a little bit about me, what we've been doing over the last few years, and just some learnings. And again, spoiler alert, innovate when you can, not when you must, so that you have the opportunity to make choices in terms of how you move forward. As Erin was saying, 20 years in tech. I've been working mainly in large corporates, focused on strategy, some stint in private equity, 3 startups. I put those there more so just to say that I've been in that journey of trying and failing and trying again. All of these are really good opportunities, with the latest being Chapter that is and has been going strong and will continue to go strong. But we've been around for the last 3 years. And as you can see, been in a number of different large corporates over my time in technology. In addition, I just want to highlight, so currently I'm the the AI board advisor at Holtzbrinck, co-CEO at Chapter, and I have not officially started yet with Macmillan Publishers. So I start on the 7th. So if there is anything that I say which may potentially cause some offense, please do feel free to attribute that to any of my other activities rather than Macmillan. I'm sure there'll be lots of opportunities for that later on. Holtzbrinck, for those of you who don't know, so it's a privately held organization with lots of different companies that sit underneath. So we cover science, trade, news, education, learning, and also with Chapter also covering the use of AI within media and publishing. And we also do quite a lot of the work in the pharma and science space with digital science as well. So we're in 120 different countries, about 15,000 people, and growing. And I am also proud to be working within the group. I've been in and out of the Holtzbrinck space for the last decade or so, going in between different places. Very quickly, just on our journey. So we've been using AI, what people would have called previously back in the day ML and NLP, but this is not a new thing for us across the group. This has been something that we've been looking at for a number of years and utilizing throughout our workflows. And as you can see, this is something that in October 2022, the board viewed that actually the use of AI within our businesses was increasing and was going to be really, really important. So this is at that point when Chapter was formed in October 2022. But as you can see, even before Chapter was formed, across the group itself, you can see that we've had an increase in terms of the number of projects and prototypes that we've been building and products actually as we've continued on throughout the year. So I'm saying this and showing this slide just to say this is not a new thing, but we've been on this journey for quite some time now. And I think that's also quite important, again, to the point of you need to kind of be innovating when everything is going really well, because that allows you to kind of build that muscle for change as you continue. We've also then been quite heavy in terms of practically being on the ground and supporting people, but also kind of going out and trying to find out a lot more about what's been happening. So again, on this timeline, you can see that there's been a large commitment across the group, and I'll just name a few different things. So you've got obviously when Chapter started, but then we've had good relationships with Google, so we've been meeting with them and OpenAI, and Anthropic and a few others throughout the years. We have lots of what we're calling either chapterthons or hackathons, depending upon the business that you're in. So we do global hackathons. So that's an opportunity for actually everybody across the business and all the businesses, sorry, to engage. And we run that as a global virtual event that happens across 2 to 3 days. We have certain hubs in different places around the world, and then we support that innovation that happens. We also practically have been heading out to the West Coast each year. And we found this really important because actually you then get much closer to the actual companies that are building these technologies. And for those who've also been in San Francisco, you start to feel that vibe and pulse because you may be sitting down next to somebody who's having coffee, but actually those discussions are very much about the future, which again is incredibly inspiring. And we've then recently, as of last year, set up a new AI lab that is within the San Francisco ecosystem. And that again enables us to kind of continue to keep our fingers close to the pulse about what's happening across the group. we've then also touched on and gone through many different iterations of different formats. And again, this is something that I'm again wanting to highlight here just to say that when you go on that journey, we've found that actually there are many different ways in which information will be portrayed, will be shared. People communicate in lots of different ways. So we have many different formats in which we try to communicate either what's going on in the market or kind of what's happening outside. And we do this through a variety of different formats, either at an executive level or for anybody else in between. But again, all of this information we regularly share. We do also try to do a kind of a monthly update as well on what's kind of happening within the space. But with the amount of stuff that happens, you can obviously recognize that that tends to almost now go into very short snippets and sound bites, so that people get a sense for what's happening both internally as well as externally. I also think it's important to talk about our failures because this is also opportunities to learn, and I don't just mean that as a cliched statement, but actually most of our best learnings have also come from our failures. So I'm not going to highlight all of the other failures that we've had across the group, but just the ones within chapter, because these I'm very, very comfortable kind of sharing, and they're also very public. So when we first started, we worked on a number of different products within the market, and one of those being Story. We actually did get that on the stage. So that's not an AI generated image, but actually we were at Google I/O 2023 and launched one of our products there as well. One of the biggest learnings for us was, and that took back then, if you've been in this space for quite some time, to kind of be able to do consistent, beautifully illustrated generations. To do that back then was actually very, very difficult. And that was a milestone for us at the time. But again, one of the things that we learned is that all it takes is another model to come along, and then actually, a whole business might disappear, or it now becomes a feature rather than a major USP. So these again are lots of learnings that we took from that. There's also White Mirror. So this was our foray into short filmmaking. And again, back then the videos were wild, and you had fingers growing out of everywhere and faces morphing and all that kind of stuff. So we worked with some of the foremost leading filmmakers and creators at the time, who you've seen some of their works actually continue on through with some of the showcases with Runway and Sora and a few others. And we were trying to again push the limits of what was possible back then. And again, that project was just too early at the time. But again, was a really good opportunity for us to understand the limitations and those jagged edges of the models. And this again helped us to really start to hone in and figure out actually where and when we want to be deploying these models, and in what kinds of experiences we're looking forward to. So as the years have continued on, so now kind of going from that whole sprint perspective now into the chapter perspective. So within chapter, so we are about 25 people, and we're going to be actively growing over the next year or so. And we started off with lots of experiments, as you've seen. There were a ton more out there as well. And then at the beginning of 25, we recognized that actually we had all the talent, and we continued to kind of pursue different opportunities. But we also recognized that actually within the Holzman Group, there were lots of opportunities for us to leverage our expertise and solve some of those more technically difficult problems. So at the beginning of 25, we made the decision to apportion some of our resources to look at the problems internally. And that really, really worked out very well. So we set up a 2-month, everything needs to be scoped for within that 2-month period. Anything that is outside of that, we kind of moved off to the side and just focus on what's the business value that we can deliver within that 2 month period. So we would have 3 weeks or so, 2 to 3 weeks of discovery. One of the key things that we found is that um, we needed to ensure that we had commitment from the business, that they were actually going to be involved as part of that particular project. So we didn't kick off anything unless we had time and resource commitment from that business unit that were going to be involved. And we have lots of examples of what has worked really well as part of that exercise. But that has helped us to kind of bridge that gap between knowing what is possible from a technology perspective versus the domain expertise that existed internally. So how do we marry the two of these together to effectively provide business value in a short period of time? And as I said, that has worked extremely well throughout this year, and we're continuing to do that into 26 and 27. We found that this model really works for us. So we partner with the business, work through that actual problem. So we have that discovery period, and then we have an intense period of development, and there are no restrictions. So we enable our engineers to kind of use any models that are actually fit for purpose, and anything that's required to effectively achieve that particular goal and that business value. What we've then found is that because of the speed at which we're doing that, it keeps the business engaged directly all the way throughout. For us as well, it helped us as engineers to also have a more of an appreciation for the domain expertise that actually exists within the publishing space. Really simple example. Anyone can kind of go on to any of these models and say, hey, I'd like to get a summary of a particular manuscript. And you will get a summary. But actually, you ask that question again from a different model, or even the same model again, and you'll get something slightly different. Now, this obviously is not, this is great for the layperson, but actually, when you're talking about editorial quality, which is what we have within our organizations, and the level of expertise that also exists internally, we're talking about that, 1% of the 1%. You want to ensure that anything that you're doing with these models and with these solutions is actually either achieving or on par with the human expertise that we have internally. So this is again where working with experts allows us to kind of iterate as quickly as possible until we have something that actually is providing the value, but to the level and the editorial level that's expected going forward. And when you achieve that, because everyone's been involved, there's then a massive level of trust that also then starts to grow there in terms of the collaboration, but also in the systems and how and the approaches that have been taken. And these then have started to lead into different products. So I'm just highlighting just 3 of them that are there at the moment, but there are a lot more in the pipeline and a lot more that prototypes that have been built and that we're just slowly starting to feed through. So as I'm coming to the end, and I know this has been like a really quick whistle-stop tour, and I'm also kind of able to share just a few little bit of learnings that we've had. So you hear humans in the loop. For us, actually, we need experts in the loop. So these are people, and again, when I put this key learning here, this is more to identify the fact that you have experts. Look for those domain expertise that you have within your businesses and bring them to the fore, because they're the ones who actually deeply understand a particular function or have a particular expertise in a discipline, and actually have them deeply engaged in these processes, because whatever you put in is kind of what you're going to get out. And if you have that expert knowledge kind of going in, then you're able to be a lot more comfortable with the outputs that are coming through from any solutions that you're building. The second thing, and this speaks to some of the observations that I also have just within the publishing space as well. Again, your products obviously tend to take like a few years to kind of come to the market. Um, and again, that's fine because actually you're spending a lot of time kind of refining these before they come out. But that also should not um, represent a posture when it comes to the use of technology within the marketplace. And I say this because back in the day, the approach of waiting and seeing what settles um, actually was a sound plan and is a sound strategy because actually technology was not moving that fast. We weren't seeing a lot of those technological leaps that were happening. Whereas now, what I'm seeing is that actually, if you take the posture of waiting and seeing, you are absolutely moving back as fast as the market is moving forward. And this is not just, you are not just being assessed based upon um, how other publishing companies within the industry are moving in terms of how fast they are. Actually, with the democratization of technology, with all the capabilities that are coming in, with all the barriers that are coming in, sorry, the barriers that are being lowered to enable more entrants to kind of come into the space. Um, you need to actually be moving just as fast as the market, or at least near on par, as well as looking at other adjacent industries, so that you're able to kind of start to see who may actually also be coming into your industry. And this for me is a major learning for us across the group. So we try and stay, as you saw, as close and as connected to the market, and trying to stay as close to the forefront as possible. And then the third thing, and top and tailing this again from the beginning, so innovating when in strength. Um, this is um, really core and key, at least to me, um, because when you are innovating on the back foot, you don't have the choices that you would want to make. You're always in a position where you're having to now um, catch up to somebody else, or a new experience has come into the market, and actually you have no choice about what you want to be giving to those customers because that's already been defined for you by somebody else. And you're now coming along and trying to then catch up to that. Whereas for me, if you're innovating in strength, you have a lot more opportunities to kind of explore, expand, try new experiences, try new options, see what works. And in that sense, you're also building that muscle of innovation and change. Because I think without that, even if you are taking that posture of um, innovating after someone else has done something, you still have a whole bunch of additional organizational change to put in place to even be able to say, right, I can see what needs to get done, but actually we're not organized or in a position to be able to even capture that opportunity because we haven't been flexing that muscle yet of innovation. So these, for me, are the three key learnings that have come away from at least my experiences in the last 3 years within the publishing space within Chapter. And I think that is it. There's a lot more to come for the future when it comes to Macmillan, sorry, in terms of how we move forward. But I will cap it here before I say anything else that may potentially get me into trouble.
As you said, you can't claim, they can't give you a hard time because you don't have the job, you haven't taken the job yet. So this is just in your current role that you're speaking.
Yep.
No, that's good. I think those key learnings are a great thing for us all to remember because I think traditionally, I think many of the people who are attending today are publishers, and the industry is notoriously sort of slow to change until we're forced to do that. So I think it's good to sort of highlight those key parts, and also think of how technology needs to work with experts in the field to create something and to create innovation that actually works for the work that we do. So really important. Thank you so much, Daryl. We have a couple of questions from the audience, so I'm going to ask those. You partially answered this one, but does a hackathon work online? Usually we think of them as together, but online, is that possible?
Yeah, so I'd mentioned, so what we do is we actually have hubs geographically located across the world. So we try to get as many people together as possible so that you have that atmosphere that's there. But also with a lot of our businesses, and we have a lot of remote workers, so they're actually fairly accustomed to working remotely anyway. But we do actively try to get people into a hub because that's where a lot of that energy kind of comes from.
Nice. Which AI projects at publishers worldwide are currently impressing you the most and why?
Um, so,
Be honest now.
um, so um, I would actually go outside of the industry a little bit. I'm going to dodge that question slightly.
Okay.
So there are some interesting um, pieces of work being done around um, using LLMs as evals for assessing audio, for assessing manuscripts, for assessing videos. Um, these are things that I think we tend to sleep on a little bit.
Hmm.
We're in this world where like you prompt something and something comes to life. But actually, the most difficult bit is being able to do that consistently. And I'm starting to see that now in other industries where they're spending a lot of work on doing evals where they can look at a manuscript or they look at listen to audio or even look at video and then having models basically just assessing, reviewing based on golden data sets and getting better at being able to just refine that further so that there is that loop happening so that what you get as the final output usually is of a much higher quality. Um, I can't say that I've elsewhere externally, I can't say because I haven't seen that from any of the other publishers. I'm sure that must be happening internally. We do that internally. That's just a de facto for any POCs that we do. This is the reason why we work with the experts, so that we have those evals in place. But these are the things which actually excite me more than the actual output itself, because that gives you consistency at scale.
Got it. All right, one last question. Your priority use cases have nothing in the new frontiers level. What do you think is holding publishers back from innovating at the cutting edge? And what use cases do you think might eventually be in that new frontier tier?
So this was definitely an issue that we saw. So that chart that you saw there was there from a while back. I think one of the things that I think held us back a little bit was being comfortable kind of playing outside of our initial lane. So, do we have the rights to be, really pushing the boundaries of audio and video? And I think this is something that um, as a group, we have learned to explore more. So hence, when I was mentioning before the all of the different hackathons and chapterthons, when you look at the ideas that were submitted 2 years ago versus what's been submitted today, that chart that's there is very, very old. That doesn't even reflect kind of what we're seeing today at the moment. So we recently had another build event in San Francisco, and again, without any spoilers, we are definitely starting to rethink what we can actually do once we have that text. Where are actually the opportunities that we can provide to our authors, to our readers, to our marketers to really promote the content that we do have internally. Um, so from that perspective, old chart, definitely we're now in that world of, there's new innovations coming through every Tuesday. Like it's a thing now, which is really, really good. So we're now really focused on actually what are the things that we want to be focusing on. When it comes to new frontiers, I believe that there is going to be um, uh, a lowering of barriers into that media and entertainment space. I think text is a wonderful medium, and actually we're now seeing and learning more that actually there are many other ways in which people can consume information, transform that, reconstitute it. This is the wonderful thing that comes with technology, and actually providing those kind of personalized experiences or shared experiences at scale. And for me, I think what we'll see is a breakdown of those barriers and we'll see more of those kind of companies kind of coming in. as well as from a publishing perspective, us starting to look out and see what more could we do with the content that we are stewarding for our authors and readers, as well as like, we used to just have the manuscript. Now, actually, because we can assess video, audio, a whole bunch of other modalities, it now brings in actually a new influx of, whether it be influencers or other content creators. So not your traditional authors anymore, and there are lots of opportunities there for us.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being our keynote speaker, and we'll look forward to seeing what you do at Macmillan when you start on April 7th. And I appreciate you joining us today.
I'll hope that you'll give me another 6 months after April's.
Definitely.
After
We'll have you,
but
we'll have you back.
thank you.
Definitely. Thanks so much, Daryl. Our next session is AI and audio from production to profit. And I'm pleased to introduce Javier Celaya, who is founding partner of Dos Doce, where he's spent over 20 years helping creative and cultural organizations navigate digital transformation. He currently serves as chairman of Aniara One, a Swedish startup revolutionizing publishing through AI-driven translation and production across multiple languages. Welcome, Javier.
Thank you for having me. Pleasure being here.
Yeah, absolutely. So last fall, Dos Doce published a white paper, AI and Audio, How Artificial Intelligence is Redefining the Audiobook Industry, which was somewhat in response to publishers who were interviewed for a previous white paper on the audiobook market who said that they were, quote unquote, dubious about the use of AI in the audio industry. So before we go into their dubiousness, let's first talk about the audiobook market, just so everybody understands what we're talking about here. So in the white paper, you note that over the last 15 years, the international audiobook market has grown to close to $7 billion annually. It's impressive that we continue to see this double-digit growth each year in the audiobook market, but what do you attribute that growth to?
Yeah, in my view, there are four factors that has driven that growth during these years. Basically, that 7 billion USD number, 2.5 are US related. So the growth in the US that we've been seeing basically has been double digits for the past 10 years. And that's very healthy, as well as we've seen also that growth coming from Europe and coming even from Asia and Latin America, and in the future from Africa. So I will say international growth, I mean, strong domestic English language markets growth combined with international growth. Then the arrival of more international retail players, the Audibles, the Storytels, now Spotify. We can talk about that later on, because they basically create markets, okay? Also, another factor will be publishers investing more in this format, meaning more audiobooks available in different languages in the markets. Innovation in business models. This is something that adapting the business model to the different markets is a must. You had in the US and in Germany the credit model that still works very nicely, but that is not exportable to many emerging markets because, of financial considerations. And then, of course, AI, but the AI will be one of the main drivers of growth in the next 5 years. So that will be it.
Good. Well, you mentioned sort of these well-developed markets, but then there are also sort of emerging markets or even non-existent markets. What has traditionally stopped these countries from developing an audiobook market? And is it no demand in the marketplace, no infrastructure to record these audiobooks, no distribution? What has been the thing? Is it too expensive? What is the thing that has sort of stopped some of these markets from being able to develop?
Okay, it has been a mix of all those factors, all of the above, okay?
Yeah.
But basically, I mean, for everyone to understand what we're talking about, the consolidated mature markets is the English language markets, US, UK, Australia, the Nordics, and Germany. And below that, you have, France, Italy, Spain, Portuguese languages, Arabic. But as you said, why has taken them so long to kick off, to start, into this race? Although some of them have reached a cruise level that is very interesting, like a Spanish language market with 50,000 audiobooks available in the market. But mainly, as you have indicated, is this lack of content. No one is going to subscribe to any platform if there's not not enough content in that language, in local language. And we have seen from the different players, 80% of the consumption in the audiobook platforms is local. So you need local content in local languages in order to create the markets. So thanks to the arrival, as I said at the beginning, of Audible and Spotify and Storytel and all these players into the different areas, those have been the key factor that has basically ignited the audiobook industry outside of the English languages. And also we have seen, both of us were at the London Book Fair, and we basically seen the announcements of, Audible going fast forward with 11 markets coming next. Spotify also announcing many markets coming next. Storytel also, announcing. And this is good news for the industry as a whole, because the more players, the more markets, the more titles, it has been validated that they are the growth drivers.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and I think also, building those players, sort of building a little bit of that infrastructure so that local players can partner with them and then build their own market.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. The international players come first. Then the local publishers say, okay, so this could be another, source of revenue for their authors. So they start investing in audiobooks. And then also we see international players, producing content in different languages. We see more this creation of global catalogs, which I think also will be one of the key drivers into the next decade.
So in the white paper, you note that there is an opportunity for technology, specifically AI, to help some of these underdeveloped markets grow. Because as we all know, creating an audiobook is actually fairly expensive if you're doing it the traditional way. Can you talk first about why publishers who were interviewed for the first white paper might have been dubious about the use of AI? And then how can AI be helpful in growing some of these audiobook markets? Is it sort of like the lesser of two evils that we can use, or is there actually some benefit there?
There is benefit in people coming to terms, but it's true. I mean, it has been one of the hardest research papers that it has taken us longer to put together, because 2 years ago we tried to publish this report, and a lot of the publishers said, no, thank you, Javier. I will not like to participate, because either they didn't have a policy internally, or they still were, dubious, as we're saying, about the benefits. And also, I fully understand, no one wanted to be in the forefront, being the leaders in terms of this category. So 2 years later, the good news in the report, people will see the participation of more than 40 international players worldwide. So there has been a change of mindset. Everyone is testing. No one is publicly, and openly saying where they're testing, but all the publishers are testing, from translations tools to audio production tools. They're also testing marketing materials to go to market. It was very interesting, your previous keynote, mentioning that will be one of the next frontiers, using video and audio, and especially using video to promote audio, meaning that you will discover a video trailer of less than 1 minute, which will basically engage you into the storytelling of that audiobook, and it will take you to the audiobook. That previously, without AI, it will be very expensive to do those trailers. Now, thanks to AI, even an independent house could go for it. So everyone is testing, and my recommendation is start the learning curve, because basically the first 2 years, you're not going to save a lot of money, and you're not going to save a lot of time. All the vendors claim that if you start using AI tools, you have 50% cost reductions. That's not true the first 2 years. And on all the projects they've done with the different publishers, we have seen that, and we validated that you might have some reduction in cost, but you have a lot of humans basically proofreading, doing quality checks, doing all kinds of human factor processes that take time and money. But the learnings, you have to start investing in those learning phases now.
Yeah, sort of what Daryl was saying. Exactly. Now we're at a point where particularly in some of these markets that are in their infancy, there aren't a bunch of audiobook listeners going like, I listened to the 10 audios and now I've run out, so hurry up, let's go. So they could, because the market is still very, very young, they can spend a little time testing to see what works to develop, this a system that works for them and that provides good audio, right?
Exactly. And it's better than nothing. I mean, in many, many languages, in Portuguese, there's less than 10,000 audiobooks. In French, less than 25,000. In Italian, less than 20,000. So there's still a lot of books that are not available in this format, and having a good quality, human proofread, proof listen, AI produced audiobook in the market is better than nothing.
Sure. Yes, definitely. Are there, if this technology is used, and I'm just asking you to speculate as the audiobook expert, how quickly do you think a market could grow in an audiobook market could grow sort of out of nothing? So say we have the infrastructure from some of the big players, they've figured out a system. How quickly do you think we could get sort of some significant growth in a market? Or does something else need to be in place first?
You need to have in place first those retailers coming into the market, because without the retailers push, not only them creating catalogs, but also they do local marketing campaigns. They basically create the category. So without that retail push, it's basically impossible for the publishers to start the category in a specific market in a specific language. So publishers would give a lot of thanks to the retailers for doing that pre-investment in markets where there's no category, okay? And pre-AI, for a retailer to come into a market and create a category, basically the return of investment will come in year 5, year 7. So the first 5 years were a lot of investments, content production, marketing campaigns, as I said, and a lot of infrastructure in terms of building a local team, publishers relations, and whatsoever. Okay. Now, thanks to AI, and after the first 2 years, as I said, you will not see those return of investments in the first 2 years, but basically you can reduce the time to market by 2-3 years. So basically you can expect return of investments in year 3, year 4, year 5, the latest, okay? To give you, when we did this Frankfurt Book Fair report, we did an analysis of how fast will the Spanish language market will grow. If we take in consideration, for example, that there's basically 1 million English audiobooks available in the market, about 300,000 German-speaking language audiobooks, and then 50,000 Spanish audiobooks. We don't have to wait 10 years to have, over 100,000 Spanish audiobooks available in the market. We expect, thanks to AI, by the end of this decade, basically 4 years from now, we will reach 100,000 Spanish language audiobooks available in the market. Wow. Still, human produce some of them, but the majority, I would expect 80% of them to be AI produced.
Wow. And available on the global market too, right?
And available in the global.
So many of these books and other, even though you talked about sort of local stories, local languages, local dialects, et cetera, some of these stories will be able to appeal to listeners around the world, right?
If you do local adaptations, for example, if you have a Spanish book, narrated with a Spanish voice from Spain, we tend to have a very strong accent. Latin America has beautiful accents. They're much more musical, for example, Colombian. So if you take that audiobook and you have a Spanish, the same audiobook, but with Colombian accent, and then another one with Mexican accent, this will be financially, unviable before, but thanks to AI, you can really do it now. So to me, one of the trends is we're going to see, and this is the same with French. You can have French Quebecois, and you can have Parisian French, or you can have also, French travels a lot in Latin America, but with different accents. The same with Arabic. So we're going to see these local adaptations of the original content in order to make it more local, personal for the listener, reader at the end of that market.
One thing that's different between print and audiobooks is that print textbooks versus audiobooks is that you tend to sort of sell the rights to another publisher for translation or things like that. So with the sort of global audiobook market and potentially using AI, so an American company could use AI to create a local dialect that could appeal to another market. Will that sort of make this a little bit, again, I'm asking you to just speculate. I don't expect you to have the exact answer, Javier, but is this something that we will see, particularly in audiobooks, a little bit of a blurring of boundaries, of borders? Is this something that will change sort of that part of the market? I don't know.
Yeah, that part of the Western business is already happening, and it's happening in the U.S., where you have a huge Hispanic American community, more than 60 million first and second generation Americans, meaning they work in English, they go to school in English, they basically, they're US citizens, but they go back home and they have Latino roots, and they listen to music in Spanish, they watch the media in Spanish, and they listen to audiobooks in Spanish. So we're seeing publishers retaining rights of languages, especially global languages, in order to produce that content into Spanish or Portuguese or French or Italian and sell them worldwide. It makes a lot of sense. You, as a publisher, become basically the representative of that author worldwide. Before, you, as a publisher, had that relationship with an author in your domestic market. Okay, so I represent you in Spain or in France, but now you can represent that same author in audio, because in print, we will continue selling and buying rights locally, because it makes no sense to do this last mile representation. But in audio, where we have basically 10 retailers worldwide, you can basically manage centrally. So we will see, the Frankfurt and the London book fairs and all the other rights book fairs. We will see this new business model emerging.
Interesting. Just also on the sort of players and distribution side too, do you think that will then open up also maybe local players in some of these markets?
Yes, no doubt. And also we'll have AI players. You will subscribe to a platform that you will basically be offer and consume only AI content. It will have a different price. It might be attractive for specific categories. And on the other spectrum, you will have platforms that will be only human content offer on that platform, and it will have a higher price because supposedly you will be willing to pay for that premium experience that a human voice is narrating you that story. So again, this is a huge business benefit for the publisher, because the publisher could have both versions in the different retail spectrums. They can have a highly premium, well narrated human voice, and then also a high premium quality AI voice version in that other retail spectrum.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to take one question from the audience before I get to my final question. So in which segments of the audio category do you already see credible, monetizable consumer demand for AI-generated audio content?
More in nonfiction, a lot in personal development. And actually, there's a call. I done some tests. This is like there are clinical testing that I done with some publishers, where we place in the market content that has been created and narrated by human, and content that has been, based with a lot of AI tools and narrated by an AI tool, and put it in the market without disclosing what it is, like a clinical test. Okay. If not disclosing that it's AI narrated, it gets 5 stars in the retail shops. If you declare with full transparency that it's AI tool, it gets 1 star immediately. I think in this initial phase, we'll have this prejudice from the listeners, okay? But we need from the retailers, we need from all the platforms, because all of them are distributing today AI content, data on the real consumer behavior. If they're listening the content till the end or not, if they're dropping the content because supposedly the AI voice is not good enough. But let me give you one data. This is public from Storytel. They're listed and they had their AGM. And one of the main reasons their users were dropping their audiobooks, basically not reading them till the end, is because they couldn't bear the tone of the human voice. The voice that it was narrated, they didn't like the tone. And this is very personal. You might like it, I might hate it. It's like colors, okay? So that's why they created this voice switcher in Storytel that you as a user will decide which voice will be more amicable for that audiobook that you want to listen. So a lot, this debate about human voice, AI voice, I think it's a personal taste. But we need data from the retailers. We need data, and I think it will come maybe by the end of this year, because this year has been the first year that we've seen the distribution of AI content. There's more than 80,000 audiobooks in English available in Audible today. So there's a lot of books available with AI narration available in key platforms.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and we also talked when we were together in Madrid talking about AI. There was sometimes people opt for even though if they know it's AI, they opt for the AI narration because it's the cloned voice of an actor or somebody that they know. So if actors start licensing their voices and things like that, that could also change the way people engage with AI content too, right?
Certainly. And I strongly recommend all publishers to start their learning curve about AI production using these replica voices, these clone voices that has been licensed, and the narrator or the famous author has been compensated, because the quality of the final product will be, almost as good as human narrator. And the first experience from a listener's point of view with AI voices has to be very good in order to basically have a residual debate about this issue, which will go away in a year or two.
So as we're talking about all the benefits and that publishers should be sort of testing everything, are there any hesitations at all in using AI to develop audiobooks or in audio development or production? Are there any things that you think publishers who are just starting out should sort of keep in mind? Or
all of them, all the publishers, not only the big ones, but also the mid-size, they're all using already AI tools. They're testing translations. That is very interesting, because some of them, they say, okay, not in English, but in foreign languages. I will do the testing in Spanish, or do the testing in French, or in order to avoid domestic, debates. I can understand that. You start the learning curve in a country where you are not that, relevant or that significant, okay? But the sooner you start with the testing, you will get those lessons learned that actually Darren and I are basically, embracing. The sooner you start using the tools, the more competitive advantage you're going to have. And then when the real market opportunity comes, you will be ready to take that opportunity. If not, you will lose a lot of competitive advantage, no doubt.
That brings up a question in the audience. Which tools do you think work best for making AI audiobooks?
Okay, I strongly recommend, because I'm not going to mention a single one of them because that will be unfair to the rest of them, but I'm going to put in the chat for all of the attendees the link to the chat, the link to the report that you can download is for free at the Frankfurt Book Fair site. There are more than 160 tools identified in that report. They will see their logos. We aggregated all of them per category. So if you're looking for AI production, you will see them. If you're looking for translation, if you're looking for marketing, if you're looking for distribution, all of them are there. Most likely, because this is a living beast, we probably, forgot someone, or a new player has, it's only like 3 months old, 5 months old. Most likely we'll do a new edition in a year or two. But all that data is in there.
Great, thank you. All right, one final question from the audience, and one that I think a lot of people, when they think about AI, are concerned about. So we all know there are tremendously positive possibilities when it comes to AI in the publishing industry, particularly for the tops, the board, shareholders, et cetera. Perhaps even more so in audiobooks than print publishing. I would like to know, what is your deepest, darkest, bleakest view of the future of publishing with the advent of AI?
Basically, is that we will not be compensated enough by the LLMs, by the models, for the content that we provide that is premium, structured with metadata. And today, we are not fighting enough for rights from my IP point of view. I think the media, the newspapers, the magazines are doing this job much better than the publishing industry. My recommendation is that we get together at the European level or International Publishers Association level, whatever, but don't waste too much time, but start demanding your rights, meaning you have to be compensated for your content use in the learning processes. And the good news is these models have to be renewed. They have to relearn basically every quarter. So if you negotiate it correctly, licensing your content to these platforms will provide incremental revenue to the publishers on a quarterly basis. It will be like a new sales channel. But the worst case scenario, and many of them have no clue how to do it, is how do you get your rights compensated? And very few of them are doing this processes in place from a legal perspective.
Yeah, I think that's something, we've heard probably every conference that AI comes up. That's definitely the issue, is that we're not doing enough to sort of protect our IP and we're not allowed enough voice. Individually, publishers struggle, but together we do have a loud voice, particularly globally. So something
exactly
to work together.
And they need our content in order for those LLMs to work well and even better than they do today.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Any last, that brings us to the end of our session. Any last thoughts you want people to take away from AI and audiobooks?
In my view, serious opportunity from not as a cost reduction, but as a revenue generation that will allow you to publish more human-produced audiobooks. The royalties that you will get from selling AI books, audiobooks in the market, will allow you to have more budgets to do human-narrated books. That's the way I tell publishers to start thinking in a different way.
Yeah, that's incredibly important. Yeah. Excellent.
It's money for your authors. It's money for you.
There's money for the authors and money for you. I think that's the important thing.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the business of buying and selling rights in order to make more money for the authors and more money for the publishers. So start doing AI audiobooks as soon as possible to get more royalties for your authors.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much, Javier.
Perfect.
I appreciate it.
And see you soon in person.
See you soon. Excellent. Our next speakers are Giacomo D'Angelo, Amlet CEO, and Titus Penn, Amlet CTO. Both are co-founders of Amlet, and will do a presentation, Content Strategy for the AI-Driven Future. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Erin. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm Giacomo, the CEO of Amlet, and I'm here with Titus, the CTO of Amlet. We co-founded this company together, and happy to share our thoughts and ideas and present our product today. All right, let's get started. We will do this together, and we will also try to showcase a live demo of our product. So let's see how it works. Okay, so today we will talk about how AI is going to impact publishing, not from like an editorial workflow point of view, but we would really like to explore how publishers, in our opinion, should protect their content, should claim their AI rights, and should eventually have the possibility of monetizing their works in the age of AI. We believe that this is a great opportunity for publishers, and so we are building a very practical platform to enable that scenario to happen. Next, please. And so we want to share this huge paradigm shift that we are observing, which might be very easy to understand, but we want to stress the importance of how this is actually working. So basically, what we have is that there is a new reader out there, which is an AI reader. So basically, we see the content consumption going up by a factor of 10, by a factor of 100 in the next couple of years. And this is a great news. The problem is that, this new AI reader is basically a machine. And the way a machine access, query, read, and consume content is very different than the human reader. And the whole industry, the whole publishing industry specifically, has been built on this human reader, who read a book a week or an article at a time, generates page views, and generates single sales. But in this machine-driven world that we are living in, the dynamics are very different. And so we see the need and the opportunity, but first of all, the need of building a new piece of infrastructure for the publishing industry. And that's what we are trying to do with Hamlet. And please go ahead with the technical part.
Thank you.
Over to you.
So let's see. So we have 2 slides here just to give a very high level overview of what AI is doing with publishers' content. There are basically two ways to how AI companies from very high level use publisher content. So the first part, of course, is which many of you already know, is the training part, where LLMs are basically trained on vast amounts of content. They basically use everything they can find on the internet. The more the merrier for these foundation models for what is called pre-training. That's a very expensive and elaborate process, but basically they take in the content, whatever they can find, they clean it up, and then they run this training, which is in principle very simple. So they take pieces from this huge text collection, they put it in the language model, and they try to predict the next word or next token that is in the original text. And if it is not the next token that a machine predicts, then they basically tune the weights of the model so it becomes better at predicting the next token. And if you type something into an LLM and want to have an answer, what happens is basically the cycle that the text you send there goes into the LLM, the next token is appended, which you then see coming in, and then the whole, including the next token, goes back into the LLM again, and you get the next token afterwards. So it's circling through the machine, and you always just get the next token. That's all there is to the magic. That sounds a little bit unbelievable, but actually for such a neural network to learn to predict the next token, it has to understand the underlying concepts, and that's where the magic comes from. Now, after this pre-training, basically, if your content was in there and was shown during training often enough, this LLM could repeat your content completely. So if you give it like 2 or 3 sentences from your content, it could basically complete your complete content. It's a huge compression machine in a way. It does not repeat usually the content because it does not take the most likely next token. It samples randomly from the top X tokens. So that is there's a notion of randomness in there, which prevents complete reproduction of original content. So in this model, basically, these models are trained once. That's a very expensive process, and then they are frozen. So when they go into production and people start using it, these weights are fixed. So your content is baked in, and the knowledge from your content is baked in, but it's not constantly being updated. That's an important point. So if you license at this point, we call that input licensing, because it is the use during the training of the model. The other thing that becomes more and more popular is, you probably have heard about it, is RAG. So this is basically because these LLMs are so expensive to, so maybe one more point, this is just the pre-training, the foundation model. There are a lot of, and it is more and more that comes in later processes of training where the model is fine-tuned to be in a dialogue or fine-tuned on specific content or specific agentic behavior. So the pre-training relevance goes down, and other training methods that build on top of these foundation-based models, they are getting more popular. But the other way is that you basically, if you ask a question, many LLMs now go out and search current or specific information in the internet. You might have seen it if you do a deep research. It goes out and searches thousands of sources to bring in basically into the context to answer your question. Now, this is very different. We call this, if you were to receive money for that, we would call this output licensing. So basically, the LLM generates an answer to the user, but uses live retrieved content to basically ground this answer. You might not see that, but the answer you get is based on the content that it retrieved. And then it does not go into the model, into the training of the model itself. So it's a one-time retrieve, enhance the answer of the user or ground it, and then drop, basically. So that's a one-time use, which does not get baked into the model. So this is maybe a little bit provocative, but in my understanding, or in our understanding, AI companies are already kind of publishers. So to compare the two traditional publishers, of course, acquire rights, work with the authors, whatever, edit and produce, distribute copies, and charge per copy in many cases. And AI companies, well, they scrape the public content, they train their models. They also license, of course, some part of their training data, but just a very small part. And they generate content on demand, and they charge per token. So they have a quite overlapping business model with traditional publishing, just different mechanics. One key difference, of course, AI companies don't always pay for their inventory, but they have managed to sell content at a level where we would have said some years ago, this is too cheap to meter. They are charging for the content that they sell on a per million tokens basis. Giacomo.
Yes, and then let's have a look also at the regulatory reality. So probably one of the most advanced work has been done in the world was from the European Commission. And the truth of the matter is that, under the European Copyright Directive, Article number 4, there is this concept of TDM opt-out. TDM stands for text and data mining, and it basically means, mining data from AI companies, mining data from, of licensing content and so forth. And opt-out is mandatory according to the European Commission, meaning that if publishers do not opt out explicitly for their content, it means that AI companies have an implicit opt-in right to use their content, to train their model, and to do whatever they want with their model. So there is no protection for content if publishers are not acting and they do not put those opt-outs out there. So this is the reality, this is the regulation we're living in. And again, this requires explicit action by publishers in order to protect their content. And in our opinion, that's exactly what publishers should be doing. Also because the good news, if we can say so, there is upcoming deadline coming on August 2026, which is the date from which the European Commission is going to enforce AI companies to demonstrate compliance. So AI companies that want to sell their services within the European Union, also the big American AI hubs, selling services to European consumers, they would have to respect any TDM opt-outs published by any publishers. So if you are a publisher, you want to have your opt-outs out there before August 2026 if you want AI companies to respect your rights. And that's extremely important because the first line of defense for publishers is to claim their rights. There is no other way to license content to get remunerated by AI companies if not first they don't claim the rights. So again, this is what the regulatory reality it is. We want to have like a very practical approach and pragmatic approach, and so we cannot be. We want to stress this point because we believe that it's very important. Publishers should act as soon as possible in order to claim the right. So the thing is that there is a huge gap between the law requires, the regulatory say, and the reality today. So the regulatory basically say that publishers should make machine-readable TDM reservations, and this is something that, as of today, it's possible with technology like the robots, TXT, the ONIX format, or the EPUB, the TDM EPUB metadata. But that's not enough. That's just the first point, because then the law also requires that there should be also content level rights declaration. The declaration should be verifiable and time-stamped, and this kind of content should be also easily and publicly discoverable by AI companies. And so the reality is that as of today, there is nothing out there that allow publishers to make such kind of declarations. And most importantly, there is nothing that allow AI companies to access this kind of declaration at scale. And so that's exactly the infrastructure that we're building. Over to Titus.
Yes. So Mnet is using a new kind of identification system called ISCC. You might have heard of it. It's an ISO standard that comes from the same group that published the ISBN standard, the ISRC DOI. So it comes from the group that has a very successful track record in producing useful identifiers. Now, the difference is this is not something that should or would or could replace the ISBN. It identifies something different. The ISBN is a product identifier that identifies book products in the business sense. The ISCC is not a traditional identifier. It does what we call content identification, so it's more like a fingerprint. So the idea is that the actual data that the AI companies work with, they can take that and create these fingerprints and get to a standardized code, ISCC code, which identifies that content. So it's content-based. Nobody needs to assign these identifiers. They are basically calculated from the content itself. And these codes have a special functionality. They can do similarity detection. So this is important because as content moves through the internet, it gets transformed, reformatted. All kinds of stuff happen to it. Usually the metadata does not travel with it, like for example, the ISBN or other metadata or the TDM opt-out information. So what these codes can do, if you create a code from one content and then a similar content, you can match them. You can do exact matching, but also similarly semantic and other kinds of matching. We will show that in detail in the demo. It's an open and universal standard. So the important part is that this standard comes with a reference implementation, so code, which is attached to the standard and which is available open source. And anybody who wants to can and is capable of can take this code and use it to create these ISCC codes for their content. So it's open. It's a non-proprietary fingerprinting system. It's also one of the soft bindings in the C2PA initiative. And it provides a way also to exactly identify digital content. So Mlet is building on this standard. And what we build on top of it, so the ISCC is just a specification of algorithms of how to create these codes. It does not say how to attach metadata and where to register it. It doesn't come with a registry. So what we're trying to do at Mlet is create this evidence gap that the law basically requires, but for which infrastructure is not there yet. So hopefully, we all have great metadata already. What we are missing is the evidence layer. So the metadata we have ISBNs, ONIX record, catalog entries. We pass these in our supply chain through multiple intermediaries. But there's no warranty for correctness or and useful global discovery, not in a legal sense. So what Mlet is trying to build on top of the ISCC is basically a modern way to digitally sign your declarations, your rights declarations about content, to timestamp it and anchor it in a public transparency log, and issue what is called verifiable credentials. These are cryptographic proofs. And make this data audit ready and compliant, and most importantly, publicly discoverable. Yeah, so I think that's it. Giacomo.
Yes, and so the product that we have built, it's a three-step process, basically. So first of all, we require, of course, the publishers to join and to register their catalog. And this can happen by creating a direct account like on Mlet, or we are also making partnerships with digital distribution companies out there. But basically, what happens is that each piece of content, each media asset of the publishing house gets a fingerprint, an ISCC fingerprint, gets timestamped, gets a verifiable declaration, and is being registered on the registry. This is the first step. The second step is the declaration. So basically, the publishers have the opportunity to set which kind of usage rights they want to provide to AI companies. It can be nothing, no access to my content in any possible way, or it can be specified by a set of attributes that we will see in the next slide. Those attributes then are exposed to the world of AI systems in a machine-readable way with a standardized vocabulary. The third step is the discovery step, which means that basically the publisher's content becomes visible to the AI companies, which then can query our registry in a very machine readable, highly scalable way to understand, first of all, whether they can access which content. And then maybe as a next step, as a fourth step, what we envision is then, of course, then optionally publishers can even get, compensated for that. But that's going to be a next step. So in terms of usage rights, so this is the shared vocabulary that we have envisioned. Those are the attributes that we believe are going to be important for publishers to define their usage rights. There is the train, the inference, derive, search, analyze. I don't think that we should go into the details now. I think it's better if we just move to the live demo. Titus.
Okay. Let's see. Live demos are always a little bit risky, but let's try it. So this is basically the MLIT TDM registry. It is mostly targeting, of course, developers. So there's the classic API access to so how they can query the catalog. But we also have a user interface to show how this works. And the important part to understand is in this catalog, the actual content is not hosted by MNet. We do not have the content in here. We can have that for future for licensing purposes, but this system now works without having the actual content. We only have thumbnails and metadata and the ISCs. So what you can do now, for example, let me take some PDF title here. So we have this PDF book. Now you can basically put it here, and you can see this is very fast. The content is not uploaded to the website. The part of the ISCC code is calculated here in the browser directly without uploading the content and matched to the information in the catalog. And in the catalog, you can basically then find the TDM attributes. So there is no excuse for an AI company that there was no findable TDM information out there in the internet, on the internet. So, but this is just matching based on the whole digital asset. So the whole digital asset is fingerprinted and then matched. But the interesting part comes here because your content usually lands somewhere in some databases in chunks or pieces, completely disconnected from the full book. So what you can do, let me open the right one. So let's take this title. So this is some Italian title. If you let's go and just take some content here. Let's go to page. So we basically take let's say 2 paragraphs, half of a page, and you paste that in here. So this is basically pasting this piece of content. It can now hopefully match the actual original title. Let's see. So there it is. This is the title. You can see the matching score is, what is it, 95%. The others are 44%, 44%. So we can ignore that. This is the actual match. And this is the way you can come from a piece of chunk of content to the actual title and find the TDM permissions for it. And to show off even more the impressiveness of this, let's do a little experiment. So I would ask Claude, the LLM, to please translate this to German. I advise you all to always say please if you talk to LLMs, because nobody knows how the future will look. So let's paste the Italian piece of content we put there and translate it to German. By the way, this is also a way that AI companies and LLMs get a hold of your content. You will not be able to prevent users of your content to paste it into LLMs to do research on it, ask questions, or whatever. Now let's take the German version and see what happens if we search for the German translation of this text. And so here we can see with 86%, it matches the correct titles. The others are way lower and not matched. So basically, we are adding on top of the IACC what we call granular content identification to basically remove any excuse that AI companies could have for not finding TDM metadata. So that's one important part. How are we in time? Yeah, okay. I think I stopped the demo here. This should be enough for now, and I give it to Giacomo.
Yes, just a few final slides. And Erin, if you have any questions, please feel free to jump in. Okay, so what we showed is that is what we call the layer one, so the registry reservation, which is going to be like the foundation of our platform, which is extremely important. And again, this is the first step, which is the most important one. And so basically the registry is going to enable everybody to claim their rights. That's the most important thing to do at this point, in time in this industry, in our opinion. So register, declare, and protect the catalog. Then once the claim is there, then there is the opportunity of going out and licensing the content and get remunerated. And we are also building that second layer, which is going to be optional, of course, for publishers. We envision a landscape of many players interacting with each other, but it's important to clarify who does what. And we believe that the rights reservation layer, the registry, is the first step, and it's very, very important.
Okay, Giacomo, I think we are running out of time. And
okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, let's jump to the last one. For anybody willing to explore how they can take advantage of our solution, please get in touch. There is a waiting list at that link. We are now onboarding and running proof of concept with a few big publishing organizations, and we are going to move ahead on a first come, first served based according to the waiting list. Yeah, so we encourage everybody to get in touch, because we really believe that this is a good opportunity, a great opportunity for publishers, but it has to be done in a proper way. Titus, any final words?
No.
Or Erin, any questions?
There are a lot of questions in the chat. So I'm going to ask just one question live and ask for a brief answer and response. And then if you all could stick around and just answer some of these questions in the chat, that would be amazing. So the one question that I'm going to ask live is ISCC, how realistic is a mass adoption among publishers over the next years?
Well, ask the publishers.
Okay. What have you heard?
Well, things are moving. So we are talking with large publishing houses already, and we know of some publishing houses that are already using it internally, because you can also use it internally for deduplication and other stuff. So, well, publishers are not the fastest to move, but I think we will get this off the ground. So,
great, excellent. All right. And
All
if
right.
if you don't mind answering a few questions in the chat, there are a whole bunch. So.
Yes,
Absolutely, we will.
That's why I popped in a few minutes early to say, oh, if you have a second, but I didn't want to end your presentation too soon. So thank you both so much. This was really fascinating.
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. All right, our next session is a roundtable, Women in AI and Publishing, hosted by international publishing consultant Emma House, and featuring Aranza Laurari, Market Director for Europe and Latin America at DeMarc, Mero Gokali, who's the founder and CEO of Editrix AI, and Brooke Dobson, co-founder and Chief Commercial Officer of Shimmer AI. Welcome all of you to the stage.
Thank you, Erin. And I think we've got everybody here. I can see all of my panelists, so that's great. And I think we're going to be moving away from a lot of the technical talk of AI and getting some opinions here and finding out how these three fabulous women are using AI within their businesses that they've established and work for, and also their professional lives, as well as their opinions on where they think AI is going within publishing, what they're hearing on the ground, and also about how they feel the role of women in publishing is changing thanks to AI technologies, whether it's a game changer or whether it can elevate the role of women in publishing, and see what their opinion is of that. So thank you, ladies, for joining. I'm super excited. We've got all three of you on here. Erin's already introduced what you do now. And I think what's interesting is that you all come from very different backgrounds. So Meru comes from publishing, has spent over 20 years working as a publisher herself. Arantxa is dealing on the distribution side and the technology side, and Brooke comes from outside of publishing completely. So we've got three really different opinions going on here. My kickoff question is going to be about how you are using AI within your company, but also how you're using AI within your professional capacity as well. So Brooke, let's kick off with you.
Sure. Hi, Emma. Thanks for having me, everybody. At Shimmer, which is the business that I am part of, we're using AI both in the product that we deliver to publishers and authors, the publishing industry, and also internally in basically every part of the operations of our business. So starting with Shimmer, what Shimmer does is we've developed a completely autonomous agentic AI system. Essentially, you can think about it like a team of AI agents that are working together to help books get discovered by their readers through marketing. So the central piece of it is what we call our strategizer, which is essentially the brain of a book. It understands the book itself. It understands the external factors surrounding the book, like comp titles, culture, customers, etc. And then from there, understands what is the best strategy to sell that book. And then currently we're deploying that through autonomous advertising. So that strategy is used to develop emotional videos and images that are ads that then get delivered to people who match what we call book DNA, and very targeted audiences. And then the whole system self-optimizes and self-learns. We're also now using that same brain of the system to develop all of the other pieces of marketing that a book needs in order to really be found by its readers. So that's what we're doing in Shimmer's product. In the business itself, we're using it significantly in all aspects. So just to give you some examples of that. So I'm using it in our customer function in order to analyze campaign performances across all of our thousands of titles, so that I'm notified on a weekly basis consistently which titles are really doing much better than expected, which ones are not doing as well as expected. This helps me to intervene with customers and help them understand what they should be doing with their titles, swapping them out, putting more media budget in, etc. I use it in the finance part of our business. So I use it to help build financial models. I found them to be much more accurately predictive, when I'm inputting our revenue data, and then helping me to really use that to drive better predictive revenue models. I use it to pressure test the strategies that I use for marketing, for sales, for the business itself. And really, I'm increasingly using it for the agentic kind of autonomous parts of the business, really enabling AI to kind of do some of the things that were really pulling me down. And this has really helped me to move kind of from the doing and managing parts of my work to really orchestrating systems that help me make higher quality decisions in my work. On a personal level, I used it for a really cool thing. A couple of months ago, I started developing apps with a new tool that I found called Lovable. And I created an app that allowed my parents to take pictures of all the antiques, like the thousands of antiques that they have in their house, and categorize them as to whether they want us, my sister and I, to donate them, to save them, how much should they be worth, so that we have a system that we can use with my parents to know what to do with their valuables.
And is there one model or tool that you're using at the moment that you would say is a game changer?
I have been really loving Claude because it has both co-work and code, and I use those for different things. I also like OpenAI Codex. That's another agentic system that I've been using. And Lovable is a really cool tool for creating apps that anyone can just jump in and use and create an app conversationally.
That sounds really exciting. I need to give Lovable a go.
Yeah.
Arantxa, how about you?
Yes, so in our case at the Mark, we try to use AI as always, as we do with all technologies. First, before using that, we consider always, is this going to help us to go further in our mission? No, at the end, the mission is the most important thing. So in the case of the Mark, that our mission is to expand digital reading, accessible digital reading. Of course, AI is very useful for that. No? We have products that cover all the value chain, from the publishers to the libraries to the retailers. So in each of these products, we have incorporated AI tools that can be useful for these clients. No? For instance, to give you an example, time ago, we started with the accessibility compliance with the Accessibility Directive Act of Europe. And so we develop a lot of things in our reading ecosystem for our libraries, for our retailers, for instance, everything that has to do with text-to-speech, automatic translation, all these kind of features that are very connected to accessibility that are done through AI models, we have implemented in our products. Also, for the publishers, we are doing things. For instance, we have developed a very interesting platform named Kantuk Access from Accessibility, where we offer a bunch of features for publishers to make sure that they use AI tools in a way that allow them to make accessible ebooks. For instance, anything that has to do with automatic generation of alternative text to image. Anything that has to do with tagging of foreign, identifying in the EPUB foreign language and tagging it in a way that the text-to-speech can be done properly in a different language. Generation of audio using artificial voices, synthetic voices. All this is it's a platform that we have developed for publishers that they are using, and that it's always on top the mission and then the AI. Also, other things like, for instance, suggestion of theme categories when you are going to distribute a book, or we are now investing a lot of R&D in AI solutions inside our distribution platform for recommending specific actions to grow sales to the publishers. It can be like a prescription of optimization of pricing, etc. All that. What for me is very important is that we, and I guess our colleagues will do the same, we try to do that always with in a very transparent way. We explain that we are using AI, we explain which models are we using to the clients, and in those cases that the product is configurable, for instance, our library system, we have libraries that decide to use our AI solutions. For instance, they like the idea of the platform having the possibility to recommend books with AI solution, but we have other libraries that don't like that they prefer human librarians to recommend. So we give them the opportunity to say, no, we don't want to use AI, or yes, we want. That's key for the Mark, building products with that can cover all the sensibilities and all the requirements, and also legal requirements based on the country. because we work in several countries. So that's what we do at the company. So as a summary, we use AI only if it helps to achieve the mission. And a personal level,
It feels like it's a real game changer in the accessibility space
totally.
and can save publishers a huge amount of time in making sure that their content is accessible using these tools. Feels like a game changer.
Yes, exactly. It's a very big game changer. Accessibility is probably one of the axes that AI helps more, because it can do so many things that allow people that couldn't read or had difficulties to read to access the content. And we have been doing that for years now, because we knew that the Accessibility Act was going to require that. And at a personal level, what I try to do always is not to delegate any that has to do with cognitive work, in the sense that I don't want to leave in the hands of AI anything that has to do with imagination, of awareness in my core professional activity. I just delegate a lot of other things that are not connected to very hard cognitive work. I prefer to keep my brain awake. So what I use it is for a lot of things. For investigation, translation of content, identification of inconsistencies in things that I write, for instance, summarizing key ideas of documents that are too long and that are not key for my investigation, but I want to summarize it easily. All this kind of predictive analysis. For instance, we are working a lot in predictive models for business model prediction. So as Brooke was explaining, also we use that. I use that for that too. But as I say, always for things that are not challenging my cognitive development, because I think we have to be careful with that. Yes.
Sounds very sensible. Meru, over to you.
Thank you. Well, I can see there's lots of amazing uses. Thank you so much. I'll try not to take up too much time, because I do a lot of the same things that Brooke does. She's like a mirror image of what I'm doing. So I'll just show you a slightly different way on how we do it. So I have run Editrix. It's an online editing platform using AI for book editing. One big change I have seen coming in the last 2 months is increasingly I have moved fully to agentic use of AI, which means that when we use AI in a chatbot, like we all do, that's when you say, oh, can you tell me this or can you tell me that? Within agent, it actually goes out and does it for you. So like Shimmer, we have our own in-house tools which are custom built for our work. It could be from anything from handling high volume email it could be to actually very, very highly customized editing agents, which do very specific kinds of editing end to end, leaving more space for the human editor to give their creative input. So I guess when I was an editor, it was always a dream of mine that I could just lie there and read a book, and then I'll just go check the edits. And that dream just came true. And I like to check them. And then we, of course, add and we change and there's a few tweaks. But I would say now we're at a point where more than 95 to 97% of mechanical editing is completely done with AI. I don't know how many editors are here, but mechanical editing is very boring. So it's not the same. That's just like adding commas and em dashes and stuff. Not the same as the joy of editing, where you bring as a human being your experience, your taste, your judgment, and all of the other books you've read. So what this does is it leaves me and my editors a lot more time to bring the human version of themselves to the edit, so it's not taken up by just the mechanical stuff. Another thing which again was a big surprise, we had a lot of demand for this. We built a very specialized agentic version of Editrix just to do this, is editing books which have been translated from German to English. So of course, people talk about translation, which people do use AI for, but there's also editing on top of that. So, you have to still copy edit translations and make sure the fidelity to the original is as near to perfect as possible. So we've had, in the German language, we've done really 10 books recently, where we've gone and we've taken books which were originally in German and then translated, sometimes by machine, sometimes by human, and the person comes to us and we edit it just like we would an English language manuscript, but we also check against the German original to ensure that nothing has been lost in translation. So I think this is a unique case for AI, because what it does is it gives a very, very high fidelity copy edit, keeping the original version in mind.
On a personal note, I'm glad to see everyone's they've got their personal version. Brooke, I love yours. So what I just last weekend, like you used Lovable, I used Replit with my son. I got him a Replit account. My son is going to be 7 years old. And we vibe coded an app, which I just realized there's so many apps out there for digital reading, and I'm sure you've all seen them. But I couldn't find a single app which helps children to read physical books, which is sometimes what they need help with. So what we did was, it's a little app. I'm happy to share it. It's free. It's just for fun, made with my son. I'll share it with you all. And what it does is the child can read a physical book, and when they get stuck on a word, they can just go and speak the word out to the app, and it explains it to them in a child-friendly way. So he's really had his vocabulary improve, and he finds it incredibly empowering because he doesn't need to ask mama for each word, and he can just, the joy of discovery is there for him. So that's a personal use that we did recently.
That's great to hear that you're all experimenting in your personal lives as well as professional lives with different ways of how AI can create efficiencies or be very inspiring and solve solutions in your personal life as well. So that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. I wanted to ask about how you feel the conversation is changing in the publishing industry around AI. There's been a lot of events already this year. We've had London Book Fair, we've had the Parix AI, we've had the Jaipur Lit Fest, where there are a lot of conversations about AI. And I just wondered how you feel the conversation is changing within the publishing industry itself. So, Brooke, why don't you kick off?
I think the most interesting thing that I've seen is that publishers are starting to really think about, of course, not just whether they should use AI, but they're thinking about it as how it can give them a competitive advantage. And different publishing companies are doing this in different ways. And what I think is really cool is that most of them are really thinking about how they can employ and enable AI based on the specific history of their publishing house, the heritage of their publishing house, their values, their culture. And that means that adoption looks very different across different businesses. And what it means is that some of them are really kind of more in an experimental phase where I was talking to a publisher yesterday that was mentioning that she's noticed that a lot of the younger people in her business are the ones that are much more resistant to AI. So they've set up a sandbox type environment, which is like an experimental environment where no one feels forced to go in and do it, but they feel capable and enabled to go in and just kind of play around in a safe space to start getting used to it. Whereas other companies that have more of an innovative kind of early adopter mindset and culture are beyond pilot stages and they're moving into like real operational deployment. And I think that the more systematic use of AI is really what is happening now and in the future. That's really where the unlock happens of like real economic impact on the publishing industry. Is I think companies are starting to realize that just one-off uses of ChatGPT is not where you're going to find transformation, but it's really when you start building systems that really optimize certain workflows. And that's really where you can have a major impact on things like, really making it possible to monetize more titles in your catalog, reaching more audiences, monetizing your backlist. So I think it's really that competitive advantage that publishing companies are trying to find. What is their own unique competitive advantage that they have because they're using AI in a certain way?
Yeah, those are good questions I think publishers should be asking themselves and really thinking about their culture, as you said, and their staff and how the staff want to use AI as well. Arantxa, you had Parix Audio AI Day this week. How did that go, and how do you feel the conversations moved on?
Well, we had the Parix AI third edition this last week. And I was going to tell you that I have noticed a huge difference between 3 years ago and today. Thanks God, we have this difference.
Yeah.
In Spain, Parix, as you know, Emma, it's a school. It's a school that teaches, pretends to upskill all the book professionals in our country and also in Latin America now. Want to upskill and offer to the different professionals new matters to learn, or new topics to learn. And one of the main successful courses we have is the AI courses. There are 3 AI courses. nowadays, I checked that this morning, and we have had 1.8K students doing that courses.
Great.
That's a lot of people, especially a lot of publishers, academic publishers, technical publishers, more than general publishers, also librarians, also booksellers. So we have had huge amount of professionals. What we have, I have noticed, is that they are less, they have less fear to this matter, to this topic. Why? Because one of the things we did in Parix, when we designed these programs, is we wanted to make sure that we were not going just to offer a course of a practical course, just a practical course in terms of using tools. Of course, we offer that, but what we offer is a global perspective, a map, a conceptual map of what is AI, what cognitive areas are involved, computer vision, robotics, natural language processing, what different algorithms are there, expert system, machine learning, deep learning, and the resulting topologies of AI, generative, agentic, etc. So with this map, I have talked to the students, and they say, now I think I understand what is behind. We explain what is behind all this. And in the previous conference we had some minutes ago, we saw how these models are built. Now, this is very important to understand the limits and the opportunities. So this map has allowed a lot of people in our country to understand what is AI, to lose fear, to identify real opportunities. And what I'm feeling is that, at least in this third event that we did on Parix AI, was extremely successful. And I think that part of that is because in that event, which I think it's very important to have in all the countries, I think we should, each country have to have that for the industry, the book industry, is that we have mixed together engineers, philosophers, writers, publishers, and all this mix is as complex as reality and as AI, because AI is not simple. It's a lot of things involved there. And so I think that I'm very satisfied with the success of that, and feeling that people are losing fear and getting more and more open to this big opportunity that is AI for our industry.
Yeah, I think that was the general sentiment at London Book Fair, as well as obviously there's still the concern around licensing, regulation, court cases, etc., which are genuine concerns that publishers have, but sitting alongside the excitement around what the innovation can bring. Meru, we had a lot of discussion earlier this year at the various Indian festivals, but in your experience, how do you feel the conversations moved on within the publishing industry?
So I think just like you guys have noticed, there's a huge change in just pure fear to a realization that this is here to stay, to now I think some level of even excitement to how, while these court cases and everything is happening, this is all happening parallel and simultaneously, that people realize that you can't wait for these court cases to resolve themselves before adopting AI, because you'll be left behind. And I think people have quite a realistic understanding that they have to do this and they have to do this now. I think, Brooke, you mentioned one of the companies you were talking to. I see that a lot also, that ironically, you see younger people more reluctant to adopt AI. Older people are much more open to adopting it. That's something I see across the board. And just like you said, they're creating a sandbox where people, if they don't want to do it, they don't have to, but at the same time creating an enabling environment, because some people do want to do it, and it shouldn't feel that there are people within companies who want to experiment with AI but aren't able to, either because of peer pressure or any other reason. The idea is to create a safe environment for those who do want to, and not pressure the ones who don't want to. I think that is something I'm seeing a lot more of, which is a good thing. I think that I think it's a good thing to not shove AI down anyone's throat. But at the same time, companies have to survive. So I think that they need to also create environments for the kind of innovation that you need. And finally, one very recent thing I am just about starting to see, I'd be interested to know what other people think, is given the current geopolitical situation and what's happening with the price of oil, the price of freight, the price of everything will go up. You're all publishers, so you know that it's a very low margin business. And so margins are going to get squeezed. So I think you're going to see I'm just beginning to see a little bit of this, but I think we will all see publishers starting to see how they can use AI to protect their margins and protect their businesses. So I think we'll see more of that.
Agreed. And I'll stick with you, Meru, for the final question,
Mhm.
which really is how you feel that the world of AI has changed your career and trajectory within publishing, and how this new technology opens opportunities for women in the publishing space.
Oh, okay, that's my favorite one. Thank you. I think the biggest opportunity for all women in publishing, I would say, I've come from the so-called creative side, which is editorial. Um, and, a lot of women tend to get sort of siloed into that. And there's traditional publishing used to have this thing that, it's like there's the creative people, they don't need to talk about things like money and revenues, and the sort of finance people don't need to think about what they call the product and the book. I think for AI is incredibly liberating technology for women in particular, because they're often the ones, in reality, the ones dealing with caregiving, whether it's with children, older parents. There's a lot of pressures on women, which is well documented in studies around the world. I think all women should be using AI to ease up some of that pressure on themselves. Please do that, because you have one life to live. You should be using it to optimize your time and get better business results, and also free up time to be with your family and do the things that you love. And the best part about it, as a woman, is I think it's a great leveler, and it's the perfect opportunity for women to adopt and get out of that very traditional way of seeing roles in silos. It's a really great springboard, I think.
Great. And Arantxa, how has it changed your career, and do you think it opens up opportunities for women?
Of course, yes, of course. In terms of my career, yes, I think that the curiosity I had some years ago about AI and the approach I did to the school, Paris, and has opened a lot of doors, in the sense that, first of all, it has allowed me to study, which is something I love. And I have been able to do a master on AI. I have been able to talk to a lot of professionals from other countries that are focused on AI, talking about Shimmerbrook with Nadim. We talk a lot with Nadim about AI. Fulfill my vocation also of teaching and seeing how the whole industry in Spain is evolving. And for me, this is a pleasure to help professionals, and because it helps me myself too, no? And I think it's very appropriate, AI for women, because I think that women, we have, of course, in our industry, a lot of high skill women professionals, and women, we are very interested in general to the holistic vision of things, the humanities, not to leave everything to one perspective, but we try to cover and find a harmony in our group, in the way we work, the way we approach problems. And AI has this potential, because AI, you cannot see it only from the technical perspective. You have to see the overall. And women in that case have this sensitivity. I'm generalizing, but this is something that we know. We care about the harmony. And AI requires harmony to be well implemented. So I think that for women have a strong opportunity to position themselves in their companies and try to influence how AI is understood in the company and how it should be implemented. So it's, for me, it's very, very connected, because it's not only technology. You need to understand the technology, but also this sensitiveness about human, about what make us human. Women on that, we are very, very smart.
We're strong.
Yes.
And there's an interesting question that's come up in the chat about stats that say that women have been slower to adopt AI, not just in publishing, but why do we think this is, and how do we ensure adoption is equal? So, Brooke, why don't you answer the question for us? Because AI is what brought you into publishing in the first place, which I think is an interesting route into publishing. But so how do you think that that's shaped your trajectory in your career? And
so to answer the question in the chat, I think that women generally kind of wait until they feel fully qualified before stepping in and doing something new. And this is an opportunity, I think, with AI, where we really can't behave that way, because AI is moving too quickly. We have to just jump in and do it. So I think that AI is I would basically encourage everyone all the women here and men, everyone to kind of just jump in and start experimenting early, building, confidence through actually like playing in sandboxes, so that you don't miss the opportunity to kind of get ahead there. The reason the things that I think are really opportune for women is that two things really. One, there have been general kind of barriers to women in more technical fields in terms of the skills and the training. And, there's more men in technical leadership positions in general. And AI really levels that playing field because you really don't need to be a trained engineer. You don't need to have a large team. You don't need to have powerful systems. You really just need to get in there and start doing the work. And it doesn't matter what your gender is to do that. I think it's really a great moment for women because though these aren't gender traits specifically, women tend to be very curious, adaptable, systems thinking. And I think AI rewards those particular traits. Because anyone can use AI to do a financial forecast or any of the actual executional things, the people who have the most ingenuity and creativity to use AI for really unique ways are the ones that I think are going to make the coolest new products, the coolest new developments within their operations, So I think that it's a cool moment for everyone, including women.
Well, we've got three fabulous examples of how women have really influenced AI and built new products and driven innovation within their businesses. So I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for that. Thank you for a great session, ladies. It's been really great talking to you. I feel like the conversation could have gone on for a lot longer, but I know Erin is there ready to nudge us on to the next session. So thank you,
I agree.
Erin.
We could have talked about this all day, for sure. But it was great. I am heartened by how many women are not only on here working in technology, but also throughout our conference today, because I think there are really great opportunities. AI is sort of a little bit of the Wild West, and why not jump in and figure it out along the way? So it's exciting.
And some great tips there of new technologies to get your hands on and start experimenting with as well.
Definitely. Excellent. Well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Our next session is an inside look at AI in publishing, what works today and what's next. And we will start with a presentation by Hannah Johnson, Chief Customer Officer at Veristage, followed by a discussion with Hannah and Sejid Srdarovic, publisher of the acclaimed Croatian publishing house Fraktura, who uses Veristage's platform. Hannah, take it away.
All right. Thank you. It's super exciting to be here. I loved the previous session, Women in AI. It is a really exciting time, and I think it's really empowering. Yeah. I just wanted to kick this off really quickly just to give you a quick overview of what Insight is and what it does. Just 5 minutes, just so that you have some context for what we're going to be talking about next. So let me just quickly share my screen here. All right. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. So in broad strokes, Insight is an AI publishing platform. Our customers are publishers all over the world of all different sizes. And our goal is just to help publishers get things done with AI, streamline their workflows, and help them do more with their day. So when you upload a book into Insight, we do a few different things. We generate basic metadata about the book. This saves you having to browse the BISAC and thema trees, choose thema qualifiers, things like that. We give you synopsis, description, kind of general information about the book as an editor that you might want to know. On the marketing side, we do things like keywords, marketing descriptions that are optimized for online discovery. We analyze target audience, unique selling points. We can even do fun things like creating book club questions and ancillary content for education and children's book publishers. We can also create images in the system, and the new image generators are so super cool. So if you have a book with a cover, presumably all your books have a cover, but if you have the book cover design, you can iterate that and you can create Amazon A+ content. You can create extra banner ads. So just lots of ways to kind of, speed up some of these parts of the process here. And then we've also got a number of document tools in the system. So our document tools include things like generating alt text for visual elements in your book. For EPUBs, we can update the EPUB for you. We have tools that do things like translate full books into other languages. This gets used a lot for evaluating foreign language manuscripts. You can actually read the whole book in your own language. We also have things like doing a final PDF check for orphans and widows and last-minute spelling and grammar issues. And for Word documents, we have a couple of time-saving things like proofreading. So we can proofread books. We're getting really consistent results across this, and publishers can create their own rule sets. So you can proofread a book with your house style guide. You get a track changes Word document back. And we just launched this. So we also now have a type coding tool, so you can automatically code your book with different types of tags depending on the content. The AI is now really good at understanding the page layout and the content in your book, so it can intelligently tag a manuscript to prepare it for typesetting. We also have AI chat. So our AI chat is optimized for long form content. We have a book keyword research tool in here. You can pull out direct quotes from your book. You can generate publicity and marketing content. You can also generate images directly in here. So many things you can do, and I don't want to give you all a full demo right now, but just as a quick idea, our goal is just to help you wherever we can in the workflow. And we get questions from our customers all the time about new things that they want to do with AI and with their content. And most of the features that you see in the platform have come from conversations with our customers. So we're really focused on what they need to do with AI and responding to that. I think I'll stop there. The discussion is probably what we're all here for. So let me stop sharing my screen, and let's.
Yeah, before there are just two quick questions before we enter into our conversation. What do you mean by proofreading? Which part of the book are you proofing?
So we're doing you're correcting things like spelling, grammar, punctuation, formatting. The tool can also do style edits if you want, but most people prefer to let the AI do more mechanical things. So this is on a Word document. We do have tools that will also do this process on a PDF, but we can't give you back a track changes PDF, unfortunately. Like, it's hard to go from PDF to track changes Word document. So we've built the tool for Word documents right now just because we can give you a super clear documentation of what the AI has done.
And what is the Editrix tool called?
Editrix tool. I'm not sure I understand that question.
Okay. We'll come back to that.
Maybe if you have a follow-up, I'd be happy to answer that.
Great. Well, let's start. Many publishers have hesitation around using AI in their workflow. So what prompted you to want to work with VeriStage? We'll kick it over to you.
Hi, Erin. Hi to everyone. So nice to be being here. So to do with so we are very literary publishing house. So that is maybe not so useful to do with AI, but we are from the very beginning. Me personal, but also the other people in the house. We are very interesting in the different kind of the technology from, I don't know, we starting to send it first newsletters early in the 2000s and so on. So from the very beginning, we have websites. So we have been all the time up to technology. So that when the AI come in the picture, it was natural that we have been interested in and to see what could be helpful for us in the terms of many layers. So because I think that AI is a tool like any other tool, and it really depends how we use it and what we wanted to have from it as output. So when we decided to use different AI tools, so the Insight is not the only one that we are using. So we made a kind of the paper for what will be benefit, what will be cost, and so we starting to do it on the very different levels. So especially in the marketing and that kind of the things, because it is with the social media and all different changes that we have and that we all suffer because of traditional media, and how to get to the to present to the book to the wider audience. So and you have so many things to be done. So and that is so you cannot employ so many people to do those things. So some of those repetitive works, it's perfect. AI is very perfect for that. That is one thing. So I will speak later on editing, but we also do AI. We are now introducing one AI machine for our sales department. That's quite different. So to double check the stock on the every bookstore, minimum, maximum, what it sells the best, what will be the good. So because when you have, I don't know, we have like around 500 books in print. So in every year it's 100 new one. So everyone is concentrated, of course, on the best-selling books, but with books that are so in the middle, in the low of the row, so we forget it. Not only we, but also the booksellers. So AI is very good to optimize all of those things. So we using for that. We using for also different repetitive things when our sales reps are going for the libraries, for example, so they can present it much better with some artificial intelligence tools, and also to the booksellers to get them short notice about the books that they can present it.
Wow. Yeah, that's great. And I think, as you said, it sort of streamlines it so that you can spend more time, humans can spend a little bit more time doing the sort of more creative or more one-to-one business without having to spend a lot of time creating and sort of digging up information or things like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hannah, when you start working with publishers, how do you sort of talk to them about the various options that Veristage can offer and where it might fit into their business? Do you start with sort of here's the full package? Do you onboard them on something specific, like say it is using this for what's the best? How do you begin that conversation?
Yeah, it's each publisher wants to start in a different way. So sometimes a publisher will come to us and say, we're going to focus on manuscript evaluation, or we want to focus on the marketing side. When we do our onboarding, we show them all the tools, but we'll do a deeper focus on one of those areas. It's what we find is that once publishers kind of get started working with it, they build up some confidence interacting with AI, using these tools. They start to expand what they do across different departments and across different use cases. And, like any team, there will be some power users in there. There will be some people who use it less often. But I think having everybody in a system actually helps the group benefit from it. You can help each other use it. You can get more consistent results. It's different than having one person just sitting by themselves, building their own ChatGPTs that nobody else in the company can benefit from. But the onboarding process, it's not an overnight thing. I mean, working with AI it's a bit of a mind shift. Even when I first started doing this, I would spend a couple of hours doing something and then only afterwards remember, oh, actually, like I should have just used AI and gotten that done in 20 minutes instead of 2 hours. So you have to still remember to do it.
Right.
And that shift takes time because we've all done things a certain way for a very long time. And now we have to try to figure it out again in a new way. So
Yeah.
that part is probably what takes longer than just learning how to use a new tool.
Sure. Yeah. Said, would you say you're a super user?
Yeah, I think so.
I think you're a super user, yeah.
When starting to work with VeriStage, you publish your books in another language. Was there any concern about using a tool that sort of starts with the English language, or is AI a language unto itself?
So it is, of course, we publish in Croatian, but what VeriStage and Insight has, so it's kind of the very quick learning for the different languages, so that we adapted with Hannah and the people from the Insight with our specific things. What should we have? And that was going very quickly. And then you can start to use it. So you see it, what is not good. So what will be better for you? And I think that is, as Hannah said, so that is that has benefit for all users at the end. So as many users you have, other different approach, you can see it different ways. So we use Insight for very different things. So we use it firstly for when you get manuscripts, and we get it really thousands of manuscripts every year. So around 2,000 manuscripts, new manuscripts. So it could be in the very different languages, and we publish translation from around 40 languages, all in all. So that means that there is no way that all our editors can all of those languages. So on the one hand, you have agents that helps you and making your workflow a little bit lower, but then still you have, after every fair, you still have hundreds of manuscripts, and then you need to decide which one you will give to the reader first. Because at the end, the human is that who make decision, and we give all manuscripts to the human to be read. But then from that, with Insight, we first can select what manuscripts will be read first. So that is one perspective. And after that, so when you get the rights and so on, but then on the editing part, so Insight is also very helpful. It could do when you compare as an editor translation. So you read it and you believe your translators, of course, but sometimes on the sentence level or whatever level you have some problems, and you don't know the original language, so you need to to find the best possible solution. So that is here where AI is very helpful, because you can see it and then you can ask your translator, I mean that or that. So that is on that sentence level, it's very helpful. But the most helpful thing with AI and Insight for us is on the marketing level. So to do SEO things, to do all of those texts that you need to have it, that you sometimes forget it. Also, it is all of those repetitive works that you are doing in the marketing that you need to be done. And some of them are very boring, but you then forget it to do it. And then you have AI to help you. So that means target audience, means all of those things that you need for to be done. And then our marketing team could prepare that, and then in the talk with editors, so we can then fine-tuning the complete marketing strategy. So it is kind of helping to do the all kind of the posts, from the Facebook post, Instagram ideas, etc., etc. Even when you have, for example, talk with the author, so you have your questions, but it still there is also especially for someone who is not so deep into it, to structure it, to helping in the very different ways. So I think the AI for us, it is a really helpful tool, but it not change the humans. The humans are the ones who are at the end give the final touch, who are what we are presenting to the public. It is needs to be proved by the human, by our editors, with our marketing team, whatever. But we are more producive now. We are more focusing, and what is the most important, you don't forget those things that are sometimes very boring, but it is needful if you want to have the complete thing totally overview it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the important thing. And I think that's what when we talk about it, we've talked about it previously, prior to the session, the sort of time-saving element of AI, so that humans can spend more time doing creative or interactive activities in publishing. Hannah, do you have any data on what your customers are seeing in terms of time saving?
We don't have data to share. What I can say on a more anecdotal level is that when the AI can do some of these sort of repetitive or boring things, or things that it excels at that maybe your team doesn't want to do, that you actually can spend more time, you can give more attention to each book and to each author, and you can put more thought into the editing process, the marketing campaigns. You're not so bogged down with, for every book I need to generate 5 different versions of marketing copy for the marketing team, and I need to do, I need to pick these classifications or whatever it is. It just frees you up to do the more meaningful things. And to be honest, a lot of that seems to be the, interacting with people more. And I think that's really important. So but I think as AI has improved, and it improves so fast, even a couple of months ago, we weren't able to do some of the things we can do now. But things like tagging a manuscript before you send it to the typesetter, that takes somebody hours and hours of time. And it's not necessarily a thing that is edifying or, it's just like going through and copying and pasting things.
Right.
Why not free people up to do something else instead? So on those long processes across a full manuscript where you're just doing a quick repetitive thing, AI is now much better at that. We're finally fulfilling, I think, some of the expectations that publishers had very early on in the process. And it's taken until now for AI to get good at some of those things. So it wasn't good at editing Word documents for a very long time. It wasn't smart enough to do some of these repetitive tasks that it seemed like it could do. But we are in a place now where we're able to offer some of those things. And that is, as soon as we start turning on some of these tools, our customers get really excited, because it means that they don't have to spend hours and hours doing very repetitive things.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a question in the chat. Do you have any authors who say, I don't want an AI system touching my manuscript? And if so, do you honor their ask, or do you win them over to how important it is for workflow?
So of course, AI doesn't touch manuscripts. To be honest, so we just put it for the marketing things and things like that. But editor working with the author, so that is what we do. So not AI is just as I said, just a tool. So that just something that helps. We are not giving the AI to edit the books because human is the one who, especially with literary things, needs to double see it, to see all of those things which is in between lines, written, all metaphors and all things that is really what literature makes literature. That means style, that means all of those things. So AI is still not good in the things of when it's described manuscripts or do it for the sensitive readers, those kind of the things. It's still not perfect because it is still very it is not doesn't catch emotion, and the is the things that we are why we are reading literature, and that is you will still have and always you will need the human, because we are talking about large language models. So that is something that is doing, as we all know, about the percentage perspectives and so on. So, but it is helpful in a lot of ways. And in the translation, it is sometimes better, sometimes not so good. It's dependent how complex the original text is. And then, for example, in poetry, it could not help at all, almost. So you have it really different levels.
Nice. Is there one project that you can highlight that you worked on with VeriStage that you can show some benefits or challenges that you saw along the way? Maybe that helped the way you used VeriStage and Insight?
Yeah, so from the very beginning, it was in all our marketing and Facebook campaigns in the social media. It's really, really helpful. So we use it quite a lot in that, because so you need to produce it quite a lot. So if you have it, I don't know, let's say 3 or 4 posts on each social media network. So that means like around 15, 20 different posts every day. So plus for every book. So that is something that is very repetitive. So you need, and then you have some workflow where Insight is very helpful. So that's one thing. For example, it is also very helpful. It was when we changed to our new website. So we, for example, asked Insight to do for our kind of the Fractura text, so the text that we are using for a website, and to go through the manuscripts, to tag it, and to put it in this our new website. So that will be something that will be if I do it myself or our team, so it will take like months, but we have been done with that within 1 week. So that was something that was I think Hannah, it was like a year and a half ago or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
So and what we see it, as Hannah said, so we see the also Insight, but the all kind of artificial intelligence tools are going really, really rapidly with the new things. So that is at the same time, of course, but it is also opportunity. So that is, so we are hoping to have the best of AI, of course.
Definitely. Well, what should publishers who are listening here today, we just have a couple minutes left, what should they take away from this? Do you think, obviously VeriStage has helped you with your business. Do you think this is for everyone?
So I think yes. So it depends. So because we are literary publishers, but it could be, I think that for the scientific publisher, it could be even better, because there is much more structure in the text than in the literary text. So it is a little bit different with the children books publisher, with poetry publishing still. So, but still, it is very helpful in a lot of levels. It is, so you get it. So we still didn't have time to, for example, to go through the proofreading element, because it is quite new and we needed to learn it creation. But I think what we are see it will be also help our proofreaders on the documents. So copy editor to have also to be more productive, to see it and not to be thinking on the typos and those kind of things, which is of course sometimes also annoying when you're doing the editing of the manuscript.
Definitely. Hannah, any last thoughts for our attendees?
I would say this is a really exciting time to be experimenting and trying. As I said, like AI now is so capable and finally doing a lot of the things that most publishers would expect that it could do a year ago. And again, because it's changing so quickly, there's more and more to learn every day. I think if you're interested to try it, now is a good time to get started and try it. Even if that just means signing up for a paid Claude account or GPT account and just getting familiar with what it can and can't do, that's a great starting point. And I think, if you do want to do it, now is the time.
Excellent. So just one question, which is also adding, which is also very good. So you in the insight, you do not share your manuscript with a larger model. So that's really important things to know. So you're doing all inside your manuscript. So that is really important. And then if you wanted to search web, so you can search it on the different levels. So that's not that you are sharing your manuscript. So it is inside your own,
which is good for security purposes. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Good. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you both so much. This was really fascinating, and I think you gave a lot of people a lot of things to think about. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Our next speaker is Sarah Arbuthnot, who's the president of Superdo, to talk with me about AI and metadata. Well, welcome, Sarah.
Hey, thank you.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Excited.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I said excited to talk about this subject.
Well, I think everyone knows what we talk about when we talk about metadata, but just in case we don't, and just to make sure everyone is on the same page, could you briefly tell us what metadata is and how it has worked for book discovery in the sort of pre-Gemini, pre-ChatGPT, pre-AI age?
Of course. And you say that, but I have had publishers before ask me what is metadata.
Ah, good.
So anyway, so basically it's the information that describes a book so machines can understand it. So it's the title, the subtitle, the author, the ISBN, format, pricing, pub date, like keywords, description. It's all of this data. When you're creating a book, you're creating all of this data, and that gets turned into metadata. So audience and rights will often be in the metadata as well. And the more context you give about the book in the metadata, it's easier for the machines and the readers to understand when and why a book is relevant. So you asked before the rise of AI agents, like search engines used to rely really heavily on this structured information because it's basically how they crawled and indexed and matched the search results to the queries when you're like typing in best summer reads of 2026.
Now that AI exists,
yeah.
How has AI changed the way readers search for and discover books compared to even just 1 year ago?
Yeah, even 3 months ago.
Even 3 months ago.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, it's just changing so much. It's amazing. So traditional search, like you used to type into the search engines like best summer reads of 2026, and you'd get your little blue links back. Now you get Gemini. So traditional search was much more about matching the different keywords on the page to the query. But AI systems are now better at interpreting the meaning. So they're looking at a bunch of stuff. It's not just metadata. They're looking at, obviously, metadata and structured content, but other informative content that you might have on your website, relationships between concepts, usability, intent. There's a ton of stuff that this is looking for so that it can reply back to that query. So instead of just matching, sad novel, they're more likely to infer themes like loss, healing, emotional tones. And even when the exact words don't appear in the search, the Gemini, for instance, or Google says AI search experiences are increasingly built for longer, more specific follow-up questions. So it's conversational.
So then let's marry those two ideas.
Yeah.
So what role does structured metadata play in whether a book gets included in an AI generated answer?
So structured metadata is still very foundational. So it's helping AI understand what the book is. So who is it for? What's it about? For publishers, this also means things like making sure that you've got a title and a subtitle. Sometimes books come through without, a clear subtitle, especially if they're pre-pub. Accurate descriptions, obviously the subject codes, the bisect, the thema, and now the schema. Keywords and themes, so genres. Any information you've got about the author and maybe the author's network and format and audience. And plus all the content that you might have around that book on your website or socials. And the AI systems are using all this information to decide, is this book relevant to that reader's question? And it doesn't, if you do all of this, it's still not guaranteeing you're going to be included in an AI answer, unfortunately. But without that structured metadata, it's way, way harder for AI to competently recommend it. And a stat we gave at London Book Fair, actually, it was, which Erin, you and I spoke about this. You had 60% and I have 58% of, in the last 3 or 4 months, the search results from Google, like my 58% had a no click, no onward click, which shows that that's AI results.
Yeah.
I know.
It's sort of shocking how quickly it's changed.
Yeah.
And it's right at the top of your search. So you just go with the Gemini rather than go down a little further to what Google search provides. So what types of content formats, FAQs, reviews, descriptions are most likely to be surfaced by AI tools? Should you have things that are more descriptive? Should there be, what do you recommend?
So the AI tools are always searching because they're searching across such a wide plethora of information of this is what you've asked me. I'm going to check all these results and then give you my recommendation. So they tend to surface content that's clearly explaining what the book is about and who it's for. So things, as I mentioned, the book's descriptions, clear summaries that explain the topic, the themes and the audience and who you're talking to is really, really important for AI results. Books like or reader like recommendations, that also helps connect AI books by theme, genre and tone. Something else one of our sister companies was talking about, NetGalley, was word clouds as well that they had on their website. Anything like that that's kind of just giving a bit more content to that book helps, and reviews and endorsements. These really help AI understand the quality and reader appeal of the book. And then I keep going back to author pages because this is all about kind of user engagement, which is another really important thing. And so author pages, especially when, again, they're including themes and genres and perhaps related titles from from that author as well. And then when you add in your categories, doing things like, you know, sticking with the grief. I don't know why I'm on grief today, but anyway, books about grief or short business books. There we go. Short business books, feel good fiction, that kind of stuff. Series pages, if you're, you know, well, most publishers do have series pages. The academic community certainly do, but they all help AI understand the relationships between books as well. And then you mentioned about FAQs about the book. So they are really important. Like, who is this book for? What genre is it for? What books is it similar to? And so AI is surfacing all of this content, as I mentioned, that's clearly explaining about their book and delivering results in nanoseconds.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is it helpful for authors to also have, I know what author pages on a publisher website, but if an author has a website, does that add to it, or does it matter?
If the author is creating a relationship with the book page of the publisher, yes. And like in a whole nother talk that we do, it's all about how to leverage the author's network to help you drive sales, and how the ecosystem of the author and the publisher should help one another more in the land of AI.
Good.
Yeah.
So are publishers optimizing for the wrong things when it comes to AI discoverability today, or are they finding their way?
That is a great question. I don't think publishers are doing anything wrong, because they're, you know, and the metadata journey is still quite a complex one, you know. But they are quite often optimizing for traditional search. So rather than how AI actually recommends books. So, for example, publishers may often, well, certainly our publishers will focus on keywords, and then they will do the basic metadata only, because you can really go to town if you have all the time in the world on metadata. But sometimes we just, especially for backlist titles, we will quite often only get basic metadata only, and quite short marketing blurbs, either really short or really long with no breaks. Both of which kind of, you need to kind of optimize it for the machines a bit more, and then the volume of content, as I just mentioned. But AI is looking for something slightly different, because it's trying to understand, again, what is this book about? So again, at the start of this, you asked me about metadata, and it's all about, you know, telling the machines, this is machine to machine now, you know, the reader's asking the question and the machines are providing the answer. Who's it for? The themes and the tone, and how it compares to other books is a big one. And also why the readers would find it useful. So helpful category topic pages, reader-like comparisons, all of this, any content that the publisher can have will help. And publishers are not short of content.
It's true, they're not short on content, but I come from the sort of publicity marketing side of publishing, and publishers are often asking writers to write original essays tied to things. Hannah, just in the previous session, was talking about how VeraStage can come up with book club questions. How important is it for publishers to create sort of original, unique content sort of around the book versus just relying on all the things that you've mentioned here, sort of the really thoughtful metadata around relationships and types of books and who the audience is?
Yeah, and that's another great question, because actually, yeah, you're right. I've kind of gone on about structured content a lot, but having original, unique content is also really important, because all that metadata, all that stuff that I've been talking about is essential, because they're giving AI, you know, information about the book. But the challenge is that many publishers are using the same information. So all of this looks very similar across multiple sites. So then when you're searching, can you recommend books on climate change for somebody who likes the Hunger Games? Like, it's looking at all of this saying, well, all of these are the same. So it's not quite sure which source to trust or recommend. So that's where original content really makes a difference. So when publishers add in their own descriptions, or again, explain the themes, or highlight who the book's for. They're giving the AI much more context to play with. And it doesn't have to be complicated. Even small additions like perfect for readers who, or a slightly different tone can help. So metadata is giving you the foundation, but that original content is what helps your book stand out. Also, it's also where your website has suddenly become way more important than it used to be, because lots of that original content can live there and you can own it and optimize it and change it.
Well, and that comes to the next question. So what are the biggest missed opportunities you're seeing on publisher websites when it comes to AI readiness?
There we go. Well, so
you set it up. So now
yeah,
I have to
there
ask
we go.
Yeah.
So lots of publishers' websites, they don't actually clearly explain, much about who they are, because I think historically, but a lot of the websites, the books have kind of gone through third-party retailers online or marketplaces or bookstores. So many of the publishers haven't had to consider themselves as brands. And so things are kind of shifting there a little bit. But on the publisher websites, they need to learn of how, as I mentioned, to create that original content alongside the structured content. So having much better descriptions, not just ones that are pulled from the metadata. You need to kind of change them and write them and, have editorial. And this is where humans are important. It's like get AI to do the boring jobs and the humans do the creative bit.
That's good. Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Yeah.
We get to do the creative, interesting stuff.
Yeah. Yes, carry on.
Oh, I was just going to say, so how should publishers think about when you're talking about sort of doing the searches, it's a question oftentimes.
Yeah.
So how should publishers think about optimizing for questions rather than keywords? Is there something that they can sort of start thinking in mind rather than saying like, oh, it has to say grief memoir or whatever?
Yeah.
How should they change their mindset a little bit?
So they need to really start understanding their audience, which again goes back to gathering data. So who are your readers? Who are you creating these books for? Who are you selling to? Because then that gives you a bit more information into what they're searching for. So instead of searching for a business book, they might be asking things like, what's a good business book for somebody starting a company? Or books like Atomic Habits, but more practical. So for publishers, yeah. So it's about thinking less in terms of keywords, but more about the questions your book answer, and I'm not in editorial and I've never worked in editorial, but I wonder whether that's a job that editorial do when they're creating the content for the book. It's a question I have for anyone in editorial here. So what problems is my book solving? What other books is it similar to? So it's about expanding descriptions slightly and adding suggestions and a category and theme pages. So it's a mindset shift moving rather than, changing completely the way you do things.
Yeah. Going back to sort of, everything is the same, we're all sort of doing the same things on all the publisher sites. So AI is searching and everything looks sort of the same. So it's hard for them to cycle up a few search results to the top. What are the signals that tell an AI model that one book is more relevant or useful than the other? Is it one specific thing you can put your finger on, or is it all of these things that we've sort of talked about?
It's all of the things we're talking about, but it is actually one area that things are really, really changing, because AI models are looking at a combination of signals to decide that answer at any moment in time when anyone's searching for something. So as we've spoken about, the metadata, the titles, descriptions, subject codes, all of that. Then the second is context. So those reviews, that author information, which At one point, we used to call it enriched metadata when it was all a bit more static, but that's really kind of coming into play about that. So it's, you know, it's weaving in all the SEO, the AEO, like find me, this is what I'm about, and recommend me, you know, the GEO. And then the third is kind of credibility singles if a book is mentioned across trusted sites. So your question about the authors, this is where kind of building all those relationships with your network, with bookstores, it kind of reinforces relevance and you're more likely to be recommended. So AI tends to favor books that are well described and also publishers that are well referenced.
There we go. Okay. And how can publishers measure success in AI-driven discovery when there are fewer traditional metrics like clicks and rankings? This is a harder one.
Yeah, this is a
How do we
hard
our
one.
whole system of measurement is totally thrown off. What do we do now?
Yes. Well, I mean, gosh, we haven't really cracked measuring the old system yet.
That's true. That's true. Good point. Good point. Yep.
But like the AI discovery it does change how we measure success because it's not about clicks anymore. Instead, it's looking for referral traffic, the search and the results, whether or not it's direct visits or within the search engines. That's really important to kind of be tracking that. And you're looking for engagement pieces like, so again, going back to your website, have you had like an increase in signups or have you had any sales spikes? Because then you can cross-reference where they come from. You can also track where your books are appearing in AI-generated recommendations. So that's kind of useful as well. So the success and measurements becomes less about the rankings, but more about all this data that helps you know how visible you really are being and the intent, like the purchase intent. And then obviously you have your sales data, hopefully.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So how do you find some of this information out, like the AI generated?
On the rankings.
Oh, it's on the rankings.
On metadata. Well, there's loads of things that you can do. So obviously the cheap free one is Google. So in Google Data Studio, all the Gemini searches will be in there. So you can kind of do that. If you sign up to Perplexity or Claude or ChatGPT, or you use an AI search like Algolia, all the AIs in there as well. If you use an e-commerce platform like Shopify, all of this is like listed in there too. So everything that you're using will have elements of this data. You just need to learn where it is and how to extract it. It sounds like really complex. It's not often because you only really need a few of these data sets to realize, you know, what's working for you and what's not. I mean, with your primary identifier being sales.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I think it's daunting because many of us are English majors and book people. And so the idea of all of this can seem just overwhelming of, oh, I have to learn this whole new system, or I've just gotten my head around what metadata is. And now I have to rethink how I do everything. But you're giving us a lot of really concrete solutions and at least steps that we can start taking to sort of better understand what readers today are doing and how they're using AI to sort of for book discovery and how we can make sure our books cycle up into that search.
Yeah, good.
So we have a question in the audience from the audience. How can AI be deployed for dynamic metadata, and why is it important that metadata is dynamic?
So can you please, whoever's asking that, what you're defining as dynamic metadata, do you mean where the AI is changing the keywords on the fly? Oh, okay.
Yes, that's what it's Emma.
Oh, hi.
Emma House. So she's asking that question. It is Emma.
Yes, good. If the AI is deploying dynamic, if the AI is changing dynamic metadata, then the AI, it's like the machine is already talking to the machine. So that's okay. You just need to keep an eye on it and make sure what you're originally putting in the machine is good quality metadata. Important dynamic metadata. Well, metadata, it's becoming more important and it does become more dynamic. I don't think everyone needs to change what they're doing just yet, but it's definitely something people need to have on their radar fairly soon.
Do you think that just like with all technology, sometimes it swings one way where we're all using it and then it's going to swing back the other direction? Do you feel like people are sort of using AI to search because it's new and novel and interesting, and that readers will come back to sort of going back to general searches, or they're just going to go into a bookstore and find a book? What do you, just asking you to predict the future, but what are you seeing in your crystal ball?
So, well, I can tell you what I hope.
Okay.
Which I think the online e-commerce world will be very different to the high street world. So I hope bookstores will, have become much more prominent in humans' life, and the recommendations of the bookstore owners and all of that. I know it's kind of, well, certainly where I live, it's really important, but I hope it has a resurgence in many, many, many areas. I think in online, it's not going to turn back, because if you just track how users have changed search behavior, even over the last 5 years, 10 years, it's just the way we do it. Your voice search is going to become much more prevalent. So, and kind of cross devices. So I'm going to speak in my phone, recommend, tell me which bookshop's got this in. Can it be delivered within the next 24 hours or 2 hours? Yes, okay, I'm there. So I hope that a coming together of technology and actually kind of the human high street will happen in terms of books.
I like that. Yeah. And then finally, we talked about sort of, publishers doing a lot of stuff on their sites to set their books sort of apart in the searches, to sort of, provide some connections, some further details, some original content. But one thing that publishers rarely do on their sites is their own e-commerce. They tend to direct to a bookseller online. Is this something that publishers should be more thoughtful of? Should they have some kind of e-commerce activity, because just one more click to a bookseller is going to maybe lose the reader? What are you seeing there as well?
So we're definitely seeing much more interest. I mean, I would say this because we build e-commerce websites, but actually, honestly, we are seeing much more interest in direct to consumer, because I think historically, you mentioned your book people, so it all seems really complex. We'll just let Amazon deal with it. It's not actually that complex anymore. So you can quite easily do it. I mean, there are complexities in it, but you can quite easily do it. But also with AI and the shift in discoverability, visibility, and finding books, owning that customer data and that customer journey is really important, because it will feed into how you make more sales and perhaps even help you decide what types of books you might create in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's easier to sell to somebody a second time than it is to create a whole new sales relationship. So it's as you said, sort of building that longer relationship. And as you said, publishers often don't focus on their own brand. So this is an opportunity for them to sort of maybe circle back and build that brand again.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, we have maybe 1 more second or 2 more minutes for any last thoughts that you have. What do you want publishers to take away from this session? Any thoughts?
Silence.
Yeah. No, this is a question to you.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right.
I thought it was to them. You'll have to repeat it. I wasn't listening.
Oh, that's all right. What do you want publishers who are watching to take away from this session? What is the first thing that they should do, maybe?
I think the first thing they should do is revisit their direct consumer channels. Like, you want to be everywhere. You can't afford to not be everywhere. You want to be in all the retail channels. You want to be in all the libraries. You want to be selling directly. You want to be on social media. You need to be everywhere. So my first recommendation would be see where you are, see if you've got any data about any of it, and then where you aren't, try and get a plan together to be.
That's great. Excellent. Thank you so much, Sarah. This is really helpful and lots of information. We're getting lots of hearts here from our
Great.
audience. So
Thank you so much.
thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I want to invite our next speaker, Alexander Seifert, founder and CEO of TextShine, to the stage for what I hope will be an exciting presentation and conversation with a very funny title, starting with the boring stuff, why proofreading is the right entry point for AI in publishing. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Erin. Thanks
Hi.
for inviting me. Looking forward to
Absolutely.
this conversation.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're gonna do a short presentation, then I'll ask you a few questions, right?
Exactly.
All right, kick it off.
Exactly. All right. Give me a quick second. So I can find the right screen.
I can vamp if you want.
All right. I think I got it.
All right, you got it.
All right. How do I? All right. Like this. Okay. So title of our slot is start with the boring stuff. Why proofreading is the right entry point for AI in publishing. But what I'm gonna do right now is just a quick introduction of our flagship product, which is TextShine. TextShine is a proofreading solution. We started in German and are now expanding to English. More on that later. I'll start with a very quick intro about myself. I have a background in the publishing industry. My mother founded a small publishing house, independent publishing house based in Vienna, Austria in 2003. I was moonlighting there for basically all my life. I was finishing school back then and always worked there, but I found a career in building software, and since 2015 I've been building AI products and training language models for publishers and media companies. The product TextShine was not meant to be a product. It was born out of necessity. My mother, that's Maria Seifert, is my mother. She's a publishing director and editor, and she was basically doing all by herself as a single person, and I was always trying to help her out. I did all the typesetting, I programmed the website, all this kind of stuff. But what always annoyed me was that she spent so much time on proofreading. And so in 2019, I started working on this, what later became a product. And so the problem is that conventional solutions are not powerful enough. They fail to detect real mistakes. They suggest unwanted or even incorrect corrections, and are not automatable. So what you see here on the right is a screenshot from Microsoft Word. This is a short test document, if you will. And I'm just showing you one suggestion of incorrect correction that Microsoft Word proposes, and most other solutions are the same. They either do too little or they do too much. So the problem with most AI-based solutions is that they get really funky with the rewrites and hallucinations and all that kind of stuff. So we have a very clear division of labor. What TextShine is really good at is spelling, grammar, punctuation. It can deal with scientific jargon and proper names. It can even correct factual errors and logical inconsistencies. I put this in a lighter shade or in a different color because I don't want to suggest that this replaces a fact checker, but many of these things even TextShine is able to find. And we can deal with all kinds of complex formatting. So TextShine supports Microsoft Word documents, both regular Word documents as well as those with macros. which is a big factor for every publisher that has some kind of publishing automation. We can proofread InDesign files, both IDML and InCopy, ICML files. And you can also hook TextGen into various content management systems. And equally important is what TextGen doesn't do. So TextGen does not do any rewording. I'm aware of the double negative here. So we don't do any rewording. TextGen doesn't hallucinate. And especially, we don't train on your data. So even though the manuscript comes to our server and is processed there, we don't train on it, and we delete everything after within 24 hours of processing. So this is the document again that you saw earlier, and the 1, 2, 3, 4 things that Microsoft Word deems incorrect. And this is after a fully automatic TextGen run. So I just want to point out a couple of things here. So here the years, the dates were incorrect. The proper name Fleming, the penicillin with a triple L, this would have, even Word would have found this. A culture plate is a very different thing than a cultural plate. A culture plate is a scientific jargon in microbiology. A tempus or temporal error. Oh, sorry. Another proper name. Some spelling errors. All kinds of things. So TextGen is the world's first and only proofreading solution to truly rival editors. At least to my knowledge. I just learned about VeriStage. I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. But yeah, this is how it works. This is textgen.com. This is our website. You go to proofreading. You upload, drag and drop a Word manuscript on here. You can click on request proofreading here, or go into the settings where you can edit the house style. You can pick a serial Oxford comma style or ellipsis type, or what kind of spacing you want around the ellipsis, etc., etc. I have learned that for English publishers, this is very, very, very important, and there's much variance as to these house style guides. This is different than the German market. Yeah, so if you have selected your house style guides, you request proofreading, and then after a couple of minutes, you get back the fully proofread document, and you can open it, and everything is in red line mode, and you can accept and reject as you are accustomed to. This concludes the very quick introduction, and now I'm happy to go into conversation with you, Erin.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That's really helpful. One thing, so proofreading is a pretty key aspect of the publishing process, one that I think humans are often a little wary of allowing technology to intervene in for fear it will not catch serious problems and errors. You mentioned hallucinations, those kinds of things. So you mentioned a little bit of, your mother's role and why you started, but were you concerned about the challenges you faced with starting with this area of the publishing process, or were you confident that everybody would love this?
Well, back in 2019, I wasn't confident that this was going to work at all. But I had the advantage, I think, that I would first put in years of work until it was ready, until I would go outside and make it a product. So it was first just for my mother, and only when she said she's saving already one proofreading pass. That was the point when I decided to make this into a product, quit my job, and found a company. And I think the proofreading task is really interesting for a couple of reasons. So number one, it's very, very tedious and costs a lot of time and money. And it has clear success criteria, which makes it different from many text-based tasks. So there's a clear criteria to saying this is right or wrong. And this makes it easily automatable. So if you succeed at at a level where you can supersede human proofreaders, then it's quite easy to go into discussions with publishing houses. And this is the point where we're at in the German market right now, so that we are succeeding or exceeding human proofreaders and we're much faster and more affordable as well. So that makes for a very easy buying decision. And one more thing.
No, go ahead.
It's already outsourced. So that makes it very interesting as well, because there are clear system boundaries. A task that is already outsourced is more easy to replace than something that is also done by your in-house staff.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I wonder if the people that they outsource the work to are already using TextShine, and then they're like, oh, they're already using
actually,
it. It's very quick. Yeah.
Yes, some actually are.
How much is there a way to quantify sort of how much time this solution saves in the publishing process?
I would say it depends on how you measure and how you look at the problem, because in terms of time to market, let's say, a proofreading pass costs you a couple of calendar days, the least, most often a week or two. And with TextShine, this is more like 2 or 3 minutes. And of course, I still suggest that people go through the suggestions. So this is not I wouldn't suggest you take it blindly, but depending on the text, it takes you another 30 to 60 minutes to go through the suggestions, which makes it a task that your in-house staff can now do, your editors can now do from a raw manuscript to a clean and polished one in about an hour.
Yeah. Wow. That is a significant time savings. Yeah. Because proofreading focuses not only on spelling, punctuation, grammar, but also proper nouns, dates, other facts unique to a project, which you say that TextShine can absolutely tackle. How are you able to build a solution that can tackle those sort of unique details for a particular project? Is there an example where it worked and maybe one where it didn't, and it sort of helped you change the system?
Yeah. So this is one of the key advantages of large language models, is that they come with a lot of context. They come with a lot of world knowledge, and their reasoning capabilities enable them to also have some kind of quote unquote contextual understanding. So the conventional solutions, basically, for example, the inbuilt solution from Microsoft Word is basically a dictionary plus some syntax rules. But a dictionary is always incomplete because you have lots of new words that come up all the time. You have proper names, you have all these kinds of stuff. And it's a closed dictionary. You have to add everything by hand. That's not how large language models work. So it's much more open to the reality of language, which is evolving and open and all these kinds of things. That was also my bet when I started working on this, was that this will enable proofreading to be automated. And yeah, so I don't know for English examples, but we have hundreds of examples in German, where people, like the document I showed you earlier, where you put in the wrong last name, the wrong date, whatever. And if it's decently known, then TextShine will catch that. If it's wholly unknown, if it's just within the universe that you created inside the manuscript, then it's probably then TextShine has to rely on the context that's there. But if it's there, there's a good chance that it would catch it.
That's great. The attendees of today's conference are publishers from around the world publishing in multiple languages. Is TextShine just for German language projects, or are you working in English or other languages as well?
So I started in we started just for the German market. That was 2 years ago. We are now just now entering the US UK market out of the request from our German partners. They have international colleagues, and so there's a lot of requests for English, and we are just now going into a closed beta phase. So if anybody's interested and willing in participating, please send us a message at hi@textshine.com. So the current phase we're in for English is you can expect a few rough edges, but the first feedback we're getting is really good. So if you want to not just test something, but also go into a conversation and participate in a new thing, then please hit us up.
Great. Yeah, we'll drop definitely at the end, drop your email in the chat so people can reach out to you. And while some folks in the publishing industry are wary of using AI, some are incredibly bullish and want to rely on AI to do as much as they can. Is TextShine a silver bullet that solves the proofreading slowdown, or are there limitations we should be aware of?
I mean, with proofreading, we picked a rather narrow case, I would say. There's lots and lots of stuff to do in the publishing process. The proofreading is a rather narrow scope, and I can't say for English yet, but for German, I can say that I wouldn't suggest becoming a proofreader anymore, because the feedback we're getting from our customers, and I'm just coming back from the Leipzig Book Fair, and the feedback is always that they put it right now. They're buying from freelance proofreaders. And TextShine is at a level, for German at least, where we are surpassing even the quality barrier. So if you're not gonna be like really, really, really good at your job, or going into a very unconventional niche, probably. So I think there's still many proofreaders out there who are better than TextShine. I'm really, really sure. But if you look at the bell curve, if you're somewhere in the middle, then this might be one of the first tasks that is really replaced by artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that was going to be my final question before I turn to the audience questions. Is how do you one of the biggest concerns is that it will eliminate jobs. And what you're saying is that, yes, it just may, unless you have a very specific kind of proofreading skill.
Exactly.
For very technical writing or things like that, where it might be more difficult for a system like this. So
True.
Excellent. All right.
This goes, by the way, also to, by trade, I'm a software engineer. This is like software engineer, especially coding, is one thing that is where AI is really, really, really good at. So I think for all of us, for proofreaders, for editors, also for us software engineers, this is something where we constantly have to reinvent ourselves and have to accept that the really rote part of the job is not the thing where we might want to invest our personal time in anymore.
Sure. Yeah. It makes sense. All right, questions from the audience. So does TextShine make structural or stylistic suggestions?
No, none. This is really important because I wanna free. So my mom is an editor, and I think the structural, stylistic, developmental editing. This is the place where most of the effort should go to. This is the place where we really have a lever, where we can really work on a text, and this is where the creativity comes in, and our human judgment, our aesthetic judgment comes in. And if an AI starts to, or if we wanted to give you suggestions, we couldn't automate it. And this is also really important in terms of cost cutting. You can only automate a job where there's a clear answer to how it's going to be automated, and this is not possible, I think, with anything that touches the aesthetic. So,
yeah, definitely. Another question: how does an LLM update on the new language rules in comparison to the classic method entering by hand? It must train on something.
So I was maybe selling TextShine short when I said it was just an AI-based thing. It's a complex system, and we do have handwritten rules. We do have dictionaries. We do have, so the language model is just one component of a bigger system, and neither is enough by itself. So the LLM by itself would basically go rogue and just rewrite all your text, and it's very hard to contain a large language model. And the dictionaries and rules by themselves wouldn't be mighty enough to do the proofreading. So it needs both, and that's also where we can adjust and where we can update much more easily than the LLM part. As for updating the LLM part, I said earlier, we don't train on your manuscripts, we don't train on your data, but we do have contracts with newspapers, because we have basically two kinds of markets or clients. One are book publishers and the other ones are daily newspapers. And the daily newspapers, they own their content, and they give us their content for improving our models and our systems.
Interesting. How does TextShine judge factual data that is not settled or that things change? Typically, LLMs will fact check and rely on the consensus, but what happens when that consensus changes? For example, this is from the person asking the question, the ongoing debate about whether coffee is or is not good for you, which we can all, hold on, let me have a sip of my coffee. It's good for you. We'll settle it right here. Okay, go ahead.
Problem solved. Next question.
Problem solved. Next question. You just make a distinction and say, this is definitive, we're moving forward, easy. Whatever.
Yeah. Just decide already. So that when I presented the things that TextShine does do, I put the factual errors and the logical inconsistencies in a different color. And this is exactly why. I think fact-checking is still a very important manual process. I know this is one process that can be assisted by AI, but I wouldn't want to fully automate that. And TextShine is rather conservative with these kinds of suggestions. So if it's a easy suggestion, that TextShine will make it. So the discovery of America, TextShine will know that if there's some kind of consensus about that. But for all the kinds of things where there's no consensus at all, TextShine will be conservative and not make a suggestion.
Interesting. All right. So in your demonstration, you showed us using uploading Word documents. Could it work for InDesign files or anything like that? And if so, would it also identify bad breaks, widows and orphans, those kinds of things?
So we do support uploading InDesign files if we enable this for you. This is not enabled for everyone because most people don't know about the inbuilt review UX that TextShine has, that InDesign has. So it needs a little bit of onboarding, but we are able to correct InDesign files, InCopy files. We also have an InDesign and InCopy plugin that you can install. So it basically works wherever publishers work. As for the what's the English word for orphans, widows, all that kind of things.
Yeah.
We will soon release something where you can upload a PDF and do all that kind of quality assurance also in the PDF.
Do you provide APIs for print CMS like Interred?
We do have some. I'm not 100% sure about Interred. We have Pike Engine, for example. We have some others. Talk to me later, please, about Interred.
Okay. And just in terms of sort of how people use it, it's if they wanted to connect it to a CMS that they're using, my colleagues at DPR said that they're using it. How would they go about doing that?
So if you're people like the well, I think at DPR they're using the word thing and the upload, drag and drop upload. But for newspapers usually don't work with Word, so they work in some kind of content management system. And this is usually web-based. And we have a browser extension that takes the content from the storyline. So it's usually many little editors on the page, rich text editors. And we grab that content from the page, run it through TextShine with all the formatting intact. And then once you're interactively accepted, rejected the suggestions, you click on accept and we write it back into the storyline and you can continue working.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty seamless. Great.
I think so.
You think so? Yeah. So you mentioned you're fully in German, you're expanding to the US and UK in English. Are there plans for other languages down the road, or you're gonna focus on English and those two new markets and then see where you go?
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of really mastering one thing and not doing too much at once. So next focus is definitely English. We're not, I mean, the underlying language model can speak many languages, and many of our customers have books, manuscripts with multiple languages in them, or little quotations in different languages. And that works, but of course, there's different nuances, different things for other languages, and there's a long tail of problems that you have to fix. So I think for now, German and English. Yeah, French might be next because we have a lot of clients in Switzerland, and through their geography, they also speak French in some parts. We have lots of requests for French.
I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. All right, we have just 2 minutes left. What is the one thing that you think either publishers are doing wrong or publishers should be doing to sort of jump into this digital future that we see before us?
Start with the boring stuff.
We'll go back to the title of the session. Start with the boring stuff.
Yeah, you know, I started in 2015, and our company did lots of projects. And back then, AI wasn't such a big thing, but in industry, deep learning was. And there's always a sexy use case. And I think in publishing, one sexy use case is RAG, retrieval augmented generation. And I think for many publishers, there isn't a good business case for this. So I think it's really, really important to look at the business case and not get too attracted to the sexy stuff. And look at the success criteria. Look at how easy it is to define what's right or wrong in your use case. Because if you can't define that yourself, then you'll have a hard time outsourcing it to AI.
Sure. Yeah.
And
Go ahead. Sorry.
And for the other side, for the software vendors, I think try to understand the publishing market. I meet a lot of people, and I feel like they don't really know how a book is being produced, how it goes from a manuscript to the printing press. And I think this is really, 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 really important. And this is my number one experience. I'm coming from a publishing background. I think this is my unfair advantage. And this would be my number one tip to software vendors.
Yeah. Well, and why you're well placed to help solve a pain point that we have in the industry.
Yeah.
So you saw it firsthand, and then you helped build something that solves that problem. And excellent.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Erin.
Yeah, thank you. This is great.
If anybody wants to get in touch, write to hi@textshine.com or alexander@textshine.com.
Right.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. Our next speaker harkens back to some of what we talked about with Javier at the start of the day. I would like to welcome Adam Fritz, who is the CEO of Positron, up to the stage to talk about how AI can improve human-voiced audiobooks. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting my background set up, which was accidentally set up for my last presentation that I did.
No worries. I'll vamp while we do this. How's everybody doing? How's the audience doing? Have we decided on the debate around coffee? I think we're all pro coffee. Oh, I should have known it was Ed who asked the question. I wasn't looking in the chat. Now I know.
I am definitely pro coffee. I can tell you that, having small children, and I'm currently actually calling in from vacation. So,
oh, well, then. Excellent. All right. I'll let you take it away, Adam. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Adam Fritz. I am the CEO of Positron, and I'm just going to set up my screen sharing here. Okay, hopefully my PowerPoint is now showing. Okay, so today I'm going to be speaking about how AI can improve human-voiced audiobooks. Our tool is used on human and TTS-produced audio content, but the vast majority of our business comes from human-voiced audiobooks. And I'll talk a bit about Positron, how we use AI, what our philosophy as a company is on AI, and then I will give a brief demo of all of our tools. So without further ado, so just in terms of our guiding principle as a company. So we are a company that care deeply about the art of audiobooks. We're here to use technology to enhance the telling of your story. We believe AI has many uses. I'll be honest, ChatGPT created my background today, this morning when I realized I didn't have one for this presentation. So it has many uses, but we believe AI generally is best used as an augmentative tool for human performance, rather than a full replacement of human, especially in creative endeavors. We do not use your data to create an AI likeness of your voice, so we do not work in TTS voice. We do not sell or share any data uploaded to our software, so that's PDF menu or any manuscript, any audio file. We do not share that with any third parties, and we do not replace human proofreaders or editors with software. Our tool is designed to be a efficiency generator for audio production. Every tool I'm going to show you is built on models that we have built 100% in-house. So at no point is any data uploaded to Positron sent or shared to any third party, which obviously with any creative endeavor and with all the legality around training, all of these models we're very, very specific about what happens with your data. So if you do have any questions, feel free to reach out. Just to put our company in context, we were founded in 2017, and we have patents in numerous countries. We do productions currently in 13 languages, and we have active users in more than 30 countries. We currently support English, French, Spanish, German, Swedish, Danish, Dutch, Finnish, Norwegian, Polish, Italian. I don't think I named all of them, but and Portuguese. But we do we support more than 13 languages. We work with more than 100 production studios and audio publishers around the world. Our tool is used to produce more than 200,000 hours of audio content, or will be this year, and more than 35,000 audiobooks will be produced using Positron this year. So in terms of who uses us, we work with 4 of the big 5. Some New York Times audio is published through Positron, Disney, and many, many others. So we've got a very wide stable of customers around the world. So it is trusted, and it is, since we're almost in year 10 of building the company, we have a really strong base of technology, and we've basically seen pretty much how any company could produce audio, and we've built a tool that we believe is essentially a Swiss Army knife for your audio team. So just quickly, before I get into a demo of the tool, how we have trained all of our models. We use what's called the data flywheel, or data flywheel, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Really, the problem is that gathering and validating high quality labeled data is hard, expensive, and time consuming. So when we're launching a new language, one of the most recent was Polish, for example, we find a free or public domain or something that we can buy in terms of a large data set of script and audio and matching audio files. We train our forced alignment algorithm to recognize and suggest potential mistakes in terms of discrepancies between the audio and what should have been narrated from the script. We then use that to do a first round of training. And then we usually generate a new data set with a development partner. We're currently working on potential development partnerships in Romanian and Czech, for example. And then we do continuous rounds of retraining our algorithm with a wide data set of different dialects, different narrator voices, and things like that, to best create an algorithm that will generate suggestions in terms of mistakes in your narration. And I will put this in context when I show you how the tool works in just a second. And then essentially, as we get more data uploaded to our system, we continuously retrain, and it creates a very, very accurate industry-leading algorithm. So what can Positron do? That's a very good segue. So in terms of pre-production, which is a very, very important and probably often overlooked step in audio productions, we have tools for pronunciation research, character voice creation, and then as well, we have a couple tools for script markups, and I'm going to show you just a brief demo of that right now. Okay. So in Positron, when you're creating a project, everything is linked to your manuscript. We support Word, so DocX, PDF, EPUB, or TXT files. You're going to create your project, and then to use our script preparation tools. So for example, our pronunciation guide, you click Open Suggestions. This scans your script and our algorithm gives you an output of every potential word that we believe the narrator may have difficult pronouncing. We also support direct API integrations with Oxford, Forvo, Merriam-Webster dictionaries. So then what you're going to do, you're just going to go through your list, decide which of these words you might want to learn how to pronounce. It will give you a list of complex words, capitalized rare terms, foreign words, and you can also toggle on every capitalized word in the book. Now let me add Jove and peaked, and then I'm going to change my dictionary here to Forvo and do any language, and then I'm going to add bonjour and then agua. Very simple non-English words. So then when the word is found in the dictionary, it's going to give you
Jove.
Hopefully you could all hear that. It's going to pull the correct pronunciation.
Peak.
In the case of, say, here we've got bonjour.
Bonjour.
That's actually a decent pronunciation. As a Canadian, grew up with a lot of French in school. But you can actually click on this cloud icon and pull all of the potential.
Bonjour.
So, for example, I would not trust the Oxford UK dictionary for the ideal French pronunciation, but here we've got all of these different options here.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Okay, and so let's say we like that one. Click replace research data, and it pulls the correct pronunciation. In the event, let's say we've got an alien name in a, there we go, whatever this, let's say this is a random alien's name in a work of science fiction. You can actually assign certain words to different collaborators on your project. So in this case, I could assign this to, let's say, for example, hello@positron.com is my author. They can come in, actually sort the list by just the things that have been shared, assigned to them. And then if I could move this screen sharing thing from here, I could actually come in here. I could make up a pronunciation, certiply. And then I could actually record certiply. Certiply. And then this can get shared with your narrators. Everyone will be on the same page in terms of the correct pronunciation. We also have a character guide that will do two things. It will do a similar where it will actually pull your list of all the character names found in your book. We do have a tool that will actually automatically populate. Let me sort this list alphabetically here. That will actually automatically populate AI generated. We scan your script with a large language model that we built and actually pull suggestions from the script itself for how that character is pronounced, how that character's speech is. So for example, here, Alice, it pulled that Alice's gender is female, and her voice described as excited, curious, and quick. This for Sherlock is something that I populated previously, where I put in notes about the character, how the character is described, notes about how the character's voice is, and then apologies, I am a business CEO.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
And no one in their right mind would pay me to act, as you can tell by the quality of that character voice for Sherlock. But you can actually record a character voice and then ensure you can both make sure that at the beginning, your rights holder, whether it is your author, publisher, whatever, that voice is in line with the vision of what that character should sound like. And then you can also, we have ways that you can use that in post-production. And then we are rolling out, you can actually export all of your notes here into your PDF using PDF comments, or we have also rolled out a teleprompter tool where you're actually able to read directly off of here. It will scroll automatically for you, and you can read off of it while every time you come up with one of your words. Here we've got Sherlock, and then you can actually play those audio samples, which of course isn't working because I'm doing a live demo, and that is how things go when you're giving a live demo. So that's our script prep. The idea is it's a very collaborative tool. Anyone involved in your project can have access to the same tool. And I'm a big believer in any business of a single source of truth. So instead of having things in a Google Sheet and a folder with a whole bunch of recordings, everything is found in one place. Now you're getting into post-production, where our tool, you're going to upload your audio files. They match directly to the correct section of the script, and Positron will give you suggestions. So this text in red here is what is found immediately before your audio file begins in the script. And now we're just going to listen to this 1-minute chapter. And every one of these red underlines here is a potentially mispronounced word, a missed word, an added word, a pause or a noise. And then we're going to stop. And each of these red underlines is paired with a little card here on the left with the details. So we're just going to listen to this, and I will stop at each one of the suggestions.
Positron Studio is an AI-powered scripted.
So very clearly at the beginning, our narrator says Positron instead of Positron. I'm going to just click pick up.
Audio production tool designed to make sure that performance always comes first.
So the narrator, instead of saying ensure, says make sure. I'm going to mark that as a pickup.
Our tools exist to help teams.
Narrator does not say technology and, so words missing at 946, technology and, mark that as a pickup.
Of creative people and their technical support make the best performances more accurate, efficient, and in less time. Our audio proofing tool is designed to catch the key mistakes your narrator may make during narration, including words that may be accidentally added to the script by the narrator.
So very clearly, she inserts the words "that may be." The one thing I should note here is some audiobooks require word perfection, so literally exactly and only the words written in the script. So in this case, but sometimes it's totally fine for the narrator to vamp a bit, I guess, freestyle. So that's where you can just click OK. It doesn't actually dramatically change the meaning of the word of the sentence. So, but I'm going to click pick up in this case.
Narration, including words that may be accidentally added to the script by the narrator, words missing from the script. Of course, it will
So she doesn't say that should be narrated.
find mispronouncements and misspoken words.
She says mispronouncements instead of mispronunciations. Mark that as a pickup.
Pauses longer than 2 seconds. Noises.
So here, I'm going to mark that as a long pause. And then noises here.
Including audio distortions, synthetic sound issues, and other unwanted sounds in the audio file.
So here, I'm going to mark this cough here, but I can also I can actually tag @editing. So you can actually separate your list of edits for multiple narrators, for the editor and the narrator. There's many ways that you can customize our reports. I'm just going to speed through this quickly. So once you've got all your suggestions and you've gone through and proofed your chapter, there is one more workflow. So we do have a workflow that I just showed you. You're doing a full listen inside of Positron using our suggestions, and then you can actually also create your own pickup. So if you click and highlight, put here, let's say, for example, this is in the wrong character's voice. You could say should be in a man's voice with London accent. And then it creates a manual pickup, something that a human has created. We do also have a workflow that we call speed mode. If you're not going to be doing a listen to everything in the audio, you just want to listen to our suggestions, you're going to click on this first pickup up here, and we have hotkeys here. And so there's a whole bunch of different hotkeys you can use, but I'm just going to use A for pickup and A for OK and D for pickup here. And then it's just going to play only our suggestions and jump from suggestion to suggestion.
Since those who know him give him this mark of their appreciation.
Okay.
With a convex lens. Interesting.
Okay.
The service of the hospital in order to start a practice for himself.
Pickup.
Incredulously, as Sherlock Holmes leaned back into his settee,
Pickup.
small medical shelf, I took down the medical dictionary and turned up the name.
Pickup.
Holmes, the specialist in crime. Come in.
Okay.
Agile and restless as the antennae of an insect.
Okay.
Always appeals strongly. Then had you better not consult him.
Pickup.
Demand my assistance.
So we just proved 12 minutes of audio in less than a minute. With this workflow, you can dramatically increase your QC time and have faith that with all of our experience and our hundreds of thousands of hours of audio produced using our tool, that you're going to have a very high quality product in the end. So how you're going to get a ton of efficiency with Positron is then it's going to automate your reports. So you can export all of your pickups into Excel. You can export them into PDF, or in this case, I'm just going to show you our online pickup packet. There are many ways that you can customize it, but I'm just going to do this. You're just going to send this URL to your narrator, and this gives you the details of the mistake. It goes chapter by chapter. So slate number, so numbered details from the beginning to the end. So in this case, it has combined both of these pickups because they're in the same sentence. Gives you the timestamp as well as the audio file.
Positron Studio is an AI-powered.
So very, very easy. Rather than manually creating your list of edits, it will automatically put them all together into a very easy to read document. And then it's very easy to share. As I said, you're just sending this URL. But the real magic of Positron is you can also actually export this directly into your editing tool. So in this case, it's Audacity. Again, I'm the CEO of a company. No one in their right mind would ever pay me to edit an audiobook. But in this case, I'm going to import my labels here. And this shows here exactly where every pickup needs to be edited in your session. Eduardo has a question. Happy to just let you speak. If someone could give Eduardo the...
It's okay. Continue on. We'll ask some questions at the end.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm almost finished here. So back into Positron, two more things I want to show you as I'm speeding through this because half an hour goes fast. We do have a tool called Scan Occurrences. So let's say, for example, that name I created, X62 last FDF. Honestly, it looks like one of my passwords that I've created. But let's say, for example, I want to listen to Alice. Every mention of the name Alice, or in this case, I'll do Rosaline. So you can actually add any word you'd like in here, click scan, and this will play every occurrence of that word back to back to back to listen to for consistency.
Rosaline. Valerie takes Rosaline's hand. Rosaline's distance.
So let's say only there it's mispronounced inconsistently. I'm going to select those. I'm going to click annotate, and I can write should be Rose line. And click annotate, and this is actually marked all of those as a pickup. So almost anyone who's ever worked in audiobook production has a time that they can remember that they had 300 mispronunciations of a word, and before this tool, you had to go into your manuscript, Control F, find all of those, then manually go and find them inside of your audio files. It's a nightmare. In some cases, multiple days of work for a single error that is repeated throughout the book. This specific tool will take that from multiple days of work down to less than 15 minutes. We do also have tools for pickup recording. So once your pickups are done, you can actually record your pickups directly into Positron. And then finally, before we get into questions, we do also have a tool for mastering. So I'm going to go into a different project here because I did not upload any audio. Here we go. So we have presets for all of the major audiobook distributors, but you can also create your own list of presets. And then what you're going to do, you're going to upload your mastered audio, click show analysis, and then Positron will tell you what specs are within spec or not in spec for your distribution, and then give you a pass-fail grade essentially for each of these, as well as warnings. So things like file duration, sample rate, sample peak, RMS. We are adding LUFS as well because I know that is a European standard. Noise floor, room tone, top and tail, length, duration, whether they're duplicate files, file format, audio channel, bit rate, and many more. Essentially, it's a quick check mark to make sure that either your distributor or your client specifications before you deliver those files, everything is up to spec. In terms of other things we're working on, the next big step that we're working on is using this LLM that we've built to really pull very detailed cues from a script. So essentially, instead of having to do a very, very long read of the book for pre-production, you're going to be able to pull automated cues on correct pronunciations, plot points, pull a summary together of chapter by chapter, which characters speak, and then also eventually be able to separate your script automatically into different character scripts, because I believe multicast is really where the industry is going. So really our goal is to use AI to get from 1 hour of actual human work to 1 hour of finished audio, get as close to that, what we call the 1-to-1 golden ratio as possible. That is everything we're trying to do. And now I will open it up to questions.
Good, because we have a lot of them.
Good. Okay.
Thanks so much, Adam. All right, I'm going to start with the languages. So you have a number of languages that you already work in. Any French Canadian, and any plans for Arabic language?
So here is a list of all of our languages. So in terms of dialects are challenging. We do have many as a Canadian. We do have a few companies that are actually out of Montreal or Quebec City that are using French Canadian audio using our French algorithm. Just like in English, I have a lot of Scottish family members. I can barely understand what they say sometimes. I love them, but sometimes they have a very deep, a specific accent. It'll basically, what will happen is if you have a dialect in any language, whether it's Scottish compared to our English algorithm or French Canadian compared to our French, it'll just show you a few extra suggestions. So it is very, very usable and is used in productions. The one thing I should say is that when you create your project, we have ways where you can tell our algorithm how sensitive you want to be. So, for example, you have a very, very thick Glaswegian accent, or you're doing a period book about pirates. use relaxed. And then what that will do, it'll still catch all of those major mistakes. But, an example is with an Irish accent, the number 30, 30. It will not give as many of those very, very nuanced specific suggestions, but it'll still catch the major things. The flip side, if you're doing a scientific textbook with a bunch of Latin pronunciations, switch it to extra sensitive. So that's where you can really use that sensitivity setting for that more dialect-based audio.
Understood. Yeah.
But in terms of Arabic, we do only support the Latin alphabet, but Arabic, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, we've had questions about that. And it is something that we are certainly open to. So please reach out, hello@positron.com, and I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Great. There are two questions. Is the Portuguese on the list from Portugal or Brazil?
Good question. It is currently, our data set is mostly Portuguese, but we are working on a data set that is Brazilian Portuguese.
Yeah. Just before this, we had TextShine, which was a company that does proofreading for text.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that Positron is essentially a similar thing, but for audiobooks?
I caught the last 20 minutes of that presentation, which was excellent.
Okay.
I would say very, very similar. The way when I'm at a cocktail party and someone says, what does your company do? I describe Positron, at least our core technology, which is the proofing tool, as spell check for your voice. You upload your script, you upload your audio files, and it gives you all of those suggestions. You still need a human to go in, and just like when you get in spell check, you get those suggestions, you have to click accept or ignore. That's why we, that's why we make people go in and listen to our suggestions, because quite frankly, AI makes mistakes. My take on AI, it's very good at black or white. Shades of gray is much, much more difficult. And a lot of QC in audiobooks is shades of gray. Is this a good quality character voice for the way the author describes Sherlock Holmes? Where's an example here? So for example, make sure versus ensure. That does not change the meaning of right here. It does not change the meaning of the sentence, but some authors want word perfect. Sometimes you just want something that sounds really good. So that's that shades of gray that we leave for humans to decide.
Yeah, understood. So currently what you're doing is you're pulling all of those things that you're sending the pickups to the human narrator for them to fix. Do you see a future where you might have like an AI narrator, or you might clone the narrator's voice to fix that automatically, or is that too far gone?
Short answer, yes. Long answer, we won't clone it. We're a big believer in owning your voice. So the only time that would be done. So first of all, the way we envision that feature is it would be for short, basic things. So for example, if the script says, I see a green tree, and the narrator read, I see a tree, you'd be able to use this tool to insert the word green. However, that AI clone would be only with the consent of the speaking narrator. And really, we envision that as a tool for narrators to help themselves, because we do have many narrators, over thousands of narrators who use Positron to proof their audio before they send it to their, just like I use it spell check before I send a contract to a customer, where we would envision that as a tool controlled by the narrator, because their voice is their livelihood, and we would not want to do that without their consent.
Definitely. When you mentioned sort of multicast recordings, and this is something that are you looking at each voice sort of separately, or all voices together? And how complicated does it get when you're sort of pulling out things to send to different narrators? Is that
so? It can be so. There are multiple multicast when everything is all edited together. You just upload it. Doesn't matter what the voice is. It still proofs the same. We are working on a tool, because the challenge is, let's take the new Audible Harry Potter stuff that my kids are listening to on repeat. What you're getting is 100 different audio files from all across the book, and then they need to be spliced together. We are working on a tool. We've started planning for a tool that would help that, actually do a first step of inserting all the lines of dialogue at the right place. We have a bunch of workflows for how to do that. It really depends on what your production, how your team is working outside of Positron, to where you'd insert But that's where you insert positron into your workflow, but that's where we believe our tool is a Swiss Army knife. No matter how you produce audio, we can find a way to help you build it into your workflow in the right way.
Great. Another question, do I pay per product or is it on a monthly basis?
So we have everything is based off of volume discounts. So our proofing tool, at least, you can do a pay-as-you-go. You just pay $15 US per hour of audio you upload, and it's actually charged down to the nearest minute. But then we have volume discounts monthly at 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 25, and then from basically to infinity, where the more you commit in a month, the less you're going to pay per hour. But very flexible. And then those script prep tools that I showed, pronunciation characters, those are charged on a per project basis.
Great.
We believe very strongly in pricing flexibility.
Very nice. That's great for publishers of all sizes.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Because I didn't actually end up finishing my presentation, which is totally fine.
You have 1 minute.
I know.
What else can you do?
So all I need to show is the fact that you can go to positron.com/free trial. There will also be a link sent out that's actually a referral link that will give you 7 free hours of proofing that Stefan, I believe, is going to send out tomorrow.
Yes.
7 hours of free proofing and a free month of all of our script prep tools. You can also just reach out to hello@positron.com and we can just give you that link as well, and go try it, see how much of a difference it can make in your productions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Adam. This is great. And I can't wait to see, I mean, quality control is always the thing that takes so much time. So it's great to be able to have such a tool that can speed up that process. So well done.
Thank you very much, Erin. And I'm going to go back to my
enjoy your vacation.
95 degrees and sunny by the pool. So thank you very much.
Lucky you. All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thanks so much. All right. Our final session of the day is Trust, Traffic, and Revenue, Monetizing High-Quality Content with AI, featuring 2 speakers from OnTech AI, Head of Partnerships and Sales, Christian Casari, and Consultant Blanca Ramos-Elba. Please feel free to come to the stage and welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. Hi.
Hi.
Switch the camera for a second. Sorry about that one.
No worries.
That's always Zoom. Always is good for a surprise. So.
All good.
Yep. Must have changed. Here we go.
There you are. All right. Take it away.
It's the same guy, from a different perspective. Right, so we start in. So I will share the screen. 1 second. So. So double check.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, good. Yeah, well, I would like to start with a quote or with a question or with a statement. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. So maybe your business model is under attack or threatened by AI. Why not just fight back or find new ways with AI as well? This is what we would like to talk about. We are talking about trust, traffic, revenue, and how to monetize high quality content with AI. So so about the project teams. So we are OnTech AI, and we made together with What & Bild a solution. So What & Bild is a German publisher in the field of healthcare and medical content. They have a brand which is said Apothekenumschau. So Apotheken is the German word for pharmacy, and Umschau is kind of like showing around. And they have a reach of 24 million readers, which is quite a lot. I think one of the biggest publishing brands in Europe. in terms of pharmacy, that's for sure. Who are we? ONTEC AI. ONTEC AI is part of ONTEC, and we are an Austrian provider of AI solutions for complex and sensitive data. We are part of ONTEC, and ONTEC is like in the business of business critical environment companies, for example, the Austrian Railway and so on and so forth. We do have a strong emphasis of semantic search and RAG technology. So probably you know the word already. RAG is retrieval augmented generation. So get information out of documents. Of course we are in Europe, in the European Union. So GDPR and stuff like that, compliance is very important for us, or at least it has to be very important for us. Furthermore, as I said already, that ONTEC is in the field of business critical environments like data security and so on is even more important for us. So this is we are. This is our field more or less. So what was the challenge? The challenge was that Wort & Bild had like more than 20,000 articles, all created by medical expertise or like medical doctors actually about health. And they had kind of the possibility to just search these articles via normal keyword search. And all of you probably have gotten this experience that the keyword search is probably not the best thing you can do to search for something. So that's why they just said, okay, we need something else. Let's use AI. And there we come into play. So the idea was really to make an AI-powered search which gives you really good information about the medical data. And why? Like, that's not so easy. Like my colleague Blanca will get into that later on. So the next thing is that they run into a problem because a lot of their information is just, you can get that via Google. Like everybody of us, or nearly everybody's using Google. You Google something, now you get an AI-generated answer. And this contains a lot of good information. But nobody knows actually from where this comes from, or nobody goes to the original source document or source page. And that's why they thought about, okay, we need to have new services for monetization. Well, but before we start, we have to do a lot of stuff. And my colleague now, Blanca, just will maybe introduce herself a bit and just let us know what we have to do here.
Yes. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Blanca, a consultant at ONTEC. And yes, so we are querying information from the documents of Wort & Bild. So first, we have to make sure that the documents are machine readable, readable for the AI and readable for the LLM, sorry. What does it mean? So we have to check, like, are the tables, are they complex? They have multiple rows or multiple columns? Are there images or graphs? Is the data in good quality? Do we have scanned pages? Also, we can have several document formats. For example, we can have very old studies with a format, and then the new ones, the format is completely different. So first, we have to adjust that. Then it comes the questions, which search technology do we use? So in this concrete project, there are two key points where we have to look closer. First is the German language. So German can have very, very, very long words. I personally struggle with them also as a German learner, and LLMs work with tokens, and tokens are short. So tokens are like an English word or even smaller. So LLMs and German language are not a very, very good friends. And the second key point of this project is that we have to deal also with uncommon words, because especially in the medical fields, there are many words that we don't use on a daily basis, and we have to work with them. So that's why we are going to use not keyword search, not semantic search, but a combination of them in this project. to have the semantic meaning, but also if there is a long word where we lost the meaning because it was cut, to have the keyword search and be able to find it. Also, we have to wonder which chunking strategy do we use. So, of course, well, you might know, but chunking is just break down the information. So, how do we break down a document? Do they have sections? Do they have paragraphs? If the paragraph is too long, do we cut it or not? If we cut it, then the semantic meaning, like we may lose information. But if we just plug into the LLM a very, very long paragraph, then the semantic meanings might not be very accurate. So this is also something we have to adapt by use case. And if we go to the next slide, in our solution, we have 3 main components. So one of them is the data, the other one is the LLM, and the third one is our solution. So there's the core of the solution itself. When we take the user input, when we process the data, we chunk it, we send it to the LLM, and we get the answer back. So the first component, the data, it stays where it is. So our solution connects to the data that usually it's in the company, but we don't need to copy paste it anywhere because then it would make a chaos to have duplicated data. So we connect it and we synchronize it periodically, and we make sure that the data is updated. Then the second one is the LLM. So we are at Ontes, we are model agnostic. So that means that we can work with the LLM that the customer needs. And the LLMs, there are different, there are many LLMs. One are trained for coding, the other ones for deep reasonings, other are just for chatting. And there are many LLMs. We can choose whatever it is. But of course, the LLM choosing is always a trade-off between performance and cost, because some LLMs can get really, really expensive, especially if you want to have more reasoning. It can get really, really expensive. And the third important point to choose an LLM is the sovereignty. And it doesn't mean like, does your LLM needs to be in a specific geographical location, or do you want it self-hosted? These are questions that need to be answered before choosing an LLM, of course. And then we have our solution. So depending where the LLM is and depending where our solution is, we can have different deployment options. So if we have very critical data, we can have an on-premise solution. So we can have both the LLM and both the solution in the company structure. This is very secure, but of course, the hardware costs are quite high. Not because of our solution, it can run on a light setup, but because of the LLM chosen. If you want some speed and some performance that can really scale with the number of users, the hardware costs are very high. But on the contrary, something that the companies doesn't take into account is the token consumption. So if you have a solution and it's open and everyone can use it, you cannot really predict how many tokens you are going to consume. So if you invest on hardware to get your LLM on-prem, you don't have any variable cost, which is good for budget computation, I would say. So we can have also the LLM and our solution in the cloud. This is the fast step deployment option. And also we can have an hybrid setup. Either the LLM is on premises and the solution on the cloud, or the opposite way. So please, Christian, go to the next slide. So many of you might know what is RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. I'm going to shortly explain what it is. So first, we have divided our data into smallest pieces of information, which are the chunks. And then we take the question of the user, we look which chunk it's closer semantically to the question, and then we send it to the LLM. We say to the LLM, okay, generate an answer with the information just contained in this piece of chunk. And this is very important. We want the LLM to reply just with the context, with the information. We send it to them because the LLM sometimes tends to hallucinate. And then the LLM just provides an answer. This would be a normal RAG, but we are at ONTEC, we are very focused into hallucination prevention. So that means that, okay, when we get the piece of information that is close semantically to the question, we compute some metric as the relevance to check, is it really the question related to the chunks that we got? And then the LLM give us an answer, and we compute another metric, which is the usefulness, which when we check, does the answer match really these questions? And also the validity is that does the chunks also supports the answer? So with this metric, we can also set up thresholds, whether if you want to have a very, very solid answer based just on the data, or if you just want to have the data and have and want to have or can allow a bit of uncertainty. And then let's go to the next slide, which is the solution. So if you go to the website of the Apotheke Umschau, you have to register, it's for free. You can play around with the solution. So in this example, I'm asking the AI, can I go join with a code, a mild code? And then the AI is answering, and it's not just answering, it's also referencing the sources. In this case, it's referencing 2 articles and also giving us the link to go to the article. As Christian says, this is the database is more than 20,000 articles, and these articles are checked by medical professionals. So this is a big difference when Googling information. I wouldn't advise Googling for medical issues, but in this case, we can have the information which are checked by professionals. And this is, of course, a use case, but the AI has a lot of potential.
Yeah, well, thanks, Blanca. So, yeah, what did we do? We really use all this information which are here already, and we're not really like, you couldn't really access to this information before. Now you can access to this information a lot better, but it's still knowledge. And the idea here now is really maybe to transform knowledge to service. So where can we get information from, first of all? We have seen there are documents. Maybe there's a database. It can be a CMS, a DMS, whatever. But then you can use an AI agent as well, and even use tools. And this is the strategy or the idea about what and build, what will come next. So as Blanca said already, there is a login. So you log in, I log in as Christian Casari. So then I'm there. I'm free to just share my data with What and Build, which is very trusted brand in Germany and Austria. And what can they do there? For example, I can say, well, I take medication on a regular basis. And now I went to the doctor and he prescribed me something else, something additional, because I have a cold, whatever. And I just want to double check, are these medication go well with each other or not? And they have a tool at What and Build, at Apotheken Umschau, to check that out. And I can do that via a chat. So what am I doing here? I'm creating a service. So I'm not just a knowledge provider, I'm a service provider. And maybe that's one thing you can do to get opt out of this just delivering knowledge, because this will be challenged. Because if I want to know something now, I ask ChatGPT or I ask even Google now, get an AI answer. which is okay. And I would say 80% or 90%, like there are some studies about it, they don't challenge these answers and they don't check the source of these answers. So why should I go to an original homepage? Well, that's the question. Maybe if there are services, or maybe if I get now information there which I don't get via Google because it's behind a paywall, but then I still want to have the same experience than with ChatGPT because this is cool. Asking a question, getting an answer. But this should be based on this information which I do have and which is actually my value added, which I'm working on all the time. Well, that's all from us. Of course, it's we can probably see a lot more here, but for now, that's all. If you want to connect with us, just feel free to just scan the QR code. That's our LinkedIn UI, and of course, on tech.ai, you'll find everything which I've said and even more.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We do have some questions from the audience. Are you willing to take a couple of questions?
Yes, of course, please.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So Woord and Bild, how do you prevent the system from making errors when processing medical content?
Yeah, this is what we are trying to explain. So this is a tricky one. You really have to say that because it's not easy. Yeah. Like as Blanca explained, like first of all, we can do that in all languages. Yeah, but the German language is unique, but this is probably the same with every language. The medical language is another language. Yeah, medical French will be different than French. Maybe closer to medical German than German to French. So first of all, you have to chunk. So if you have documents, you have to really like put chunks or to divide this document in little chunks. That should be meaningful because if you search for them again, they have to be a good meaning. So you have to really think about how you want to chunk them. The next thing is you have to find the right one because sometimes you can work with semantic. Sometimes you have to work really with search for the concrete word because this word just don't have any semantic because it's so unique or it's like you don't use it that often. Yeah. And with this hallucination prevention, this free we just showed, this is a possibility to really minimize the hallucination. The good thing on a RAG is if you ask your RAG something which the RAG or at least you can do it like that, you can get back a no, sorry, I don't know. It's not in my database. So that can happen if it's unsure. It can even have the answer, well, I'm not sure, I don't give you an answer, but I think this article will serve you. And this is the way we do it. Yeah, really tailor-made it for the use case. Does that answer your question?
Yes. It was a question from the audience, so it seemed to answer my question. So that's good. Yeah. I think that lends us to you mentioned it and it was on one of the slides. Can you what do you mean by semantic embedding?
Yeah. Blanca, you want to go for that?
Yeah. So first, what is embedding? So when I say that we are going to check which chunk is closer to the question, the embedding is basically converting words into mathematical vectors. And then once that we have done that, which is the embedding process, we can just compute the distance as we learned many years ago in high school, I guess. And then semantic means that you don't have just two dimensions. You have many dimensions. So for example, if we have X and Y, and one is age and one is gender, if we have a man, okay, then we have men is old and gender is male. If we have a woman, okay, woman is female and old as well. If we have a baby, we don't know the gender, and then it's young. So this is what I mean with capturing the semantic. Of course, to the LLMs does that with billions of parameters. So the semantic embedding is basically converting the words into vectors but not randomly. It's with a process to capture the semantic behind the words.
Yeah, so you don't have to use the correct wording. You can use a word which is similar. As when we speak and they say something like English is not my mother tongue, so I probably use words which are kind of strange sometimes, but you still get it because maybe out of the context. And this is more or less semantic.
Got it. I'm a word person, not a tech person, so that just blew my whole mind right up. What are the most important requirements a publisher must meet to use RAG? Clean data structures, XML?
Well, the good thing is nothing. So you're like, we can connect with everything. So the most important thing for us is the data stays where it is. So if you have a file share, it's a file share. If you have a SharePoint, you have a SharePoint. If you have like a system where you like collect your documents, that's it. So that stays there. Of course, like garbage in, garbage out always works. Yeah, that's something you don't get rid of. But you can actually use such a system and just make it better or just clean up the garbage a bit. Because if for example, if you have an article which is about the health thing about like can I go running when I have a cold, for example, that's more or less the content. And this is like half a year old now. And you have one which is 10 years old. Probably there was something in between. Yeah, maybe things changed. You have a different mindset now, whatever. So you can just say, well, always use the newest article, just use that one, and maybe just put the other one and create a second answer, for example. And you can just like, that's the easy one with like just with time, but you can do that with this folder is more important than that folder, or this guy just always is very correct. The other guy is maybe not so correct, so don't use him that much, but just if you don't find anything else. So you can do a lot with that stuff.
Wow. That's interesting. What LLM is best for specialized or scientific content?
Yeah, that's not an easy, like there is no complete answer here. It's really, it depends which, yeah. And actually we normally say, we look at the use case and then we make the decision what LLM do we use. And actually we first said, okay, we use every LLM. No, we stopped doing that. We say, okay, we use a bunch of LLMs where we think that is the best performance. And actually LLM is just one part of the game. The architecture is very important. So the LLM is maybe 10% of the performance. 90% is really the architecture, how to set it up, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think in all these discussions, the LLM are overweighted. They just think, oh, I have to decide about the LLM. Well, you can like just swap the LLM. It's not a big thing. Just start with one. I think the bigger decision is, do you want to be do you want to have an on-premise, so open source LLM, or you are happy to be in the cloud? This is a big decision, and then there are a lot of good LLMs out there.
Yeah, definitely. So in this presentation, you focus mostly on medical content, but really you can focus on virtually any high level content, right?
That's just what we did for What and Build, and we are in the field of medical content. No, we do that in every industry more or less, like in finance, in production, in whatever. And like especially as like specialized publisher, I think they do have great content, and they have the opportunity to use this great content to actually really make it available in a like 21st century way, and maybe like really get out with services. For example, if you have an agriculture thing, you can like say, okay, what crops should you fertilize, how, whatever. Yeah, they have so many content there, and you can really work something out here. And most of them have already tools, but just combine it with AI.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that we talked about a few sessions earlier, is how do publishers get their content out there in the world so people can search, can get their questions answered. And that's always a challenge for publishers. So it sounds like you've provided a good solution.
Don't let Google do your job, because then you have a problem to get your money back. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, we have just a couple minutes left. What is sort of the thing you think what's the first step publishers should take here to work with you all?
contact us.
Contact you. Okay, good.
That's the easy one. No, I think as I think in the talks before, I think you have to ask yourself what you want to achieve, because we can help you in every solution, but you need to have an idea what you want to achieve. Because if you just want to make your documents or your information available via AI, great. But what's the business behind that? Then you make it better. But if it's still if everybody can, or if Google can still get your content, well, why should they go on your homepage? So just think smart. What is your business model? And use AI exactly like fight fire with fire. Yeah, just make smart decisions.
Yeah, definitely, and future-proof your business. Really, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you both so much. This was so great to close out our day with some really complex thoughts. So I really love it. Thank you very much. We're so glad you could be a part of the program.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
All right. That brings us to the end of our day. On behalf of my colleagues at DPR and Publishing Perspectives, we want to thank all of our speakers. It's been a really fascinating, inspiring day. I don't know about you, but I've learned a lot. I want to thank all of our sponsors. Thank you so much for being a part of our day. You have some great solutions that I think will help a lot of publishers that have been watching. And thank you to all of you attendees for joining us and for your great questions, your attention, the debate over coffee. All of you will be receiving the recording of today's presentation, and we hope you'll join us at a future event. Have a great rest of your day, and hope to see you soon.